cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas is low. Run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I made that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Same go for the gang. And we split it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight. Cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day. They still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. But mama, she bad but complain. Cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane and go get this money with them. I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
I get the bag with the gang. Taking that Zach to the bank. Henny be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about same. Be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. Don't fuck around with the fuck arounds. Little nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, this is my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise.
OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
Attention, please. Please do not smoke in the terminal building. Smoking is only permitted in the specified smoking areas.
Zach.
Thank you.
OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone. Talking about niggas is low. Run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I made that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Same go for the gang. And we split it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight. Cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day. They still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. But mama, she bad but complain. Cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane and go get this money with them. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Henny, he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
I get the bag with the gang. Taking that Zach to the bank. Henny be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about same. Be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. Don't fuck around with the fuck arounds. Little nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up, my nigga, we different now. I need a Rari, this is my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise.
OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that it drives the girls wild. I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Let's go. I make them hot. I make them shiver. Things get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk. They hear me talk. I make them feel like they're running real. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. That might flip girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy.
Welcome everybody to another edition of the Pocket Locker Podcast. I am your host with the most, all the way from the East Coast. And as always, folks, I am in airplane mode. Good to see you all here gathered. Good to see Derek and Neil here. I know you guys got an appearance coming up on another channel here, but thanks for popping in. Hope to see you guys later, maybe catch up with us later on, but so glad to see everybody here. Yeah, it's a very special day. So apparently tomorrow Neil and I are gonna have a little sit down with Dr. Price. To be honest, it's really crazy because we started Hot Program the same exact week as the whole thing with Bob Price went down on Derek and then his appearance on PineCreek's channel. And so we actually reached out to Bob Price when it first happened, so we could talk to him. Of course, I'm sure he still has no idea who I am or that I exist. So we didn't hear back from him. But yeah, I look forward to chatting with him tomorrow. And yeah, we're gonna get into his whole conversation with PineCreek. I feel like it wouldn't be right for me to just be going off of the emotions of what I remember from the conversation. I wanted to revisit it and actually understand what was said. It's been quite a while, so yeah, I'm looking forward to. I think it's going to be an exciting review. But before we get started, let's go ahead and get into our communion. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. All right. That was our communion hymn. And now it's time for our communion song. This one comes to us from Foy Vance. It's called Where Everybody Knows Your Name. It is the Cheers theme song, and therefore it is the theme song for our community. Speaking of our community, we are at the cafe. There's a link in the description to join us and gather. I'll put another one up on chat, but feel free to join us and gather. There is a podium tile here. You can come stand on this podium tile if you want to ask a question while you're on the stream. All right, folks, let's go ahead and get into it.
Dublin, and he's going to play us out. Foy, you're going to play what to finish us up?
Do you know what? I don't know the name of this song, actually, but I know the song, and so will you.
Oh, look forward to this. Foy Vance, take it away.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away? Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Well, all those nights when you got no lights and the check is in the mail, and your little angel on the countered by its tail. Your third fiancé didn't show. Well, sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name. And you're always glad they came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Well, you get out of bed and the coffee's dead. The morning isn't looking bright. You shrink right off to Europe and he doesn't even write. Your girlfriend says she's not a girl. Be glad there's one place in the world where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
All right, I think I got Captive Dave. Captive Desk first. What's up, Dave?
Troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows
Let me
your
unpin this message
name.
real quick. Oh, nope. It hit Spooky Bed Hair. Spooky Bed Hairs first. Sorry about that.
5 Vance. Most common word coming in by text
10,000
is goosebumps.
pocket
Believe it or not, we've had that
change.
repeatedly across a whole series. If you want to see 5 Vance's cheeky grin when he sang,
And our next one, the last one we'll do to catch a vibe is the I Love You mix from OG Roddy, and then we'll go ahead and get into our program.
Whoa.
Time to catch a vibe, y'all. Enjoy the game.
Is that? Hey, what up? They know my campaign.
Captain
Now
Desk
they
for
running up on
second.
Roddy like it's second place. They wanna know if I'm a prop or I'm the real plane. Landed in Austin and I even brought my own strain. Gang, yeah, fuck is they talking about? Link up with Freddie, got it booming cause it's Mo South. Then we hit the spot, my OG had it packed out. Getting love in every city,
Cameron
what it's
Bennett
all
was
about.
third.
Facts, yeah, know when I'm back home. At the blueprint eating chicken with some bad Johns. And they bad, but not like the one that's at home. And she bad, but not like them kids we had, Lord, yeah. I'm still up in my mode. Hit my connect, he make the close. I run the give and go. Just ask the ones who fucking with me if you didn't know. They say the plane was always on it and he always gone. I love you. I want you.
All right, I got Spooky, Cameron Bennett, Liz Allen, Lean is in the house, Randy's in the house, Vegetative State is here, Melody Joy, SS 1964. What's up? My man Derek is here. Gnostic Informant is here. Crystal is here. UC Love is in the house. Maya's in the house. What's up, Ox? I appreciate the apology. Crypto Mystic is here.
Even when I was a minor, I was major.
Mojo's here. I appreciate everybody. Thanks for coming out.
You see, it's funny though. See how everything changed, getting money, bro. Seen them even throwing shade when it's sunny though. On the plane, I ain't even in a lane though. Yeah, but I still be on the road. Head to toe on all my merch, I'm smoking at the shop. And they booking Henny too, I gotta bring my bro. Wonder if and when I stop, I tell them never know. I love you, I want you. You're the one that I live for. I can't take it anymore, but I love you. I need you. What can I do to make you see? You're the only one for me. I love you, I miss you. I need you in my life. Can't you see what you mean to me? Baby, come hold me tight. I miss you.
All right, y'all, let's go ahead and get into it. To put it simply, like, I don't think there's really any underestimating how pivotal of a situation this Robert Price thing was in our community. It was a lot of different things, man. It was a lot of different things coming to a head. First off, you know, for me, like a lot of people in our community, it was really all about Derek. We felt bad that Derek was in the situation. Found it rather unfortunate that you know, people were really letting him know how far out of bounds Robert was, and now he found himself in this situation. So I remember when Derek first said, you know, I'm trying to get through to Bob, I'm trying to talk to him, but you know, I still want to have him on. You know, he's my guy. I don't want to leave him. You know, we was 100% with him. Then he was like, I did some trying, I did some more digging. I don't think I could have Bob Price on anymore. And we was 100% with him. You know, it just didn't matter. For most of us, we're Mythvision fans. And, you know, I felt like I didn't even know if we should be talking about this. I was like, I don't even know if Derek should be making streams about this. But, you know, it really was sort of a next level transparency, an opportunity to look at what was going on behind the scenes and really get a feel for things. And it really was one of the early experiences that made me realize we're dealing with real people and their real lives. And there's a lot more going on in this community than meets the eye at times. At the same time, as an academic, it was really weird to me because I started to really say, like, man, if people have this much of a problem with Bob's ideas and he has this many problematic ideas, you know, people are going to really wonder what's up with this guy's scholarship. And I had started to notice some things with Bob's scholarship where he would be talking about certain things. I'd be like, I don't know, this seems a little out there to me. And so I think this was a time when our community kind of said pause, right? We shouldn't let, just because somebody's an atheist, just because somebody's a scholar, you know, give them a pass. So it was a moment where we took a step forward, in my estimation, in being a little bit more critical of the scholars in our community. But then it also turned out to be a sort of an awakening for me, a coming to grips with the reality that there is, in my estimation, this problematic element in our sort of atheist YouTube neighborhood where we really do have a lot of conservatives in our community. And when this first happened, we actually had our old Discord. This was before our Discord got penis hacked and we had to make a new Discord. But it was the OG Pocket Locker 86 Discord. I remember I was in there. No Name used to get in there with me throughout the day. And, you know, we were kind of trying to do like what we're doing in Gather now, but we were doing it with Discord where we would hang out and, you know, try to keep each other linked up on what's going on. And we had some conversations, like me, No Name, Annette, and a couple other people. And I remember Deaconess Annette and some others starting to say, oh no, we known about Bob Price. Bob Price been putting out problematic stuff on his social media. And so I realized, to those of us that only knew of Bob Price through Derek's channel and his YouTube appearances, Bob Price was kind of like a new figure to us. And we really only heard him, you know, talk about the Bible and that type of thing. But I realized he was a known entity. Like, man, people really know who Bob Price is. And apparently he's been on this tip for a long time, just totally outside of our awareness. And so I'd be lying if I said Bob Price wasn't the impetus for me sort of coming to grips with the reality of the fact that we still have a lot of right-wingers in this community, and they're on a lot of weaponized bullshit as a result of that. The other thing I find so interesting about all this is a lot of y'all know now, I don't fuck with PineCreek. And so even though this whole thing at the time was about Robert Price, it really started to be the catalyst for a lot of us to do some more critical thinking about PineCreek. And then the fallout from that has seemed to be like, you know, us coming to terms with PineCreek and really being like, oh, Doug's a fuckface. And so that to me, for a lot of people, and chat, y'all let me know how y'all feel about it, but I think for a lot of people in our community, because we were still really down with Doug at that point, I think for a lot of us, this whole thing was not just, a crazy emotional thing with Derek and, realizing, how problematic, Bob Price's stances were, but it was really coming to grips with the wider problem in our community, and especially Doug in particular. Like, this was when people were like, pump the brakes on this whole PineCreek experiment. So yeah, this was a big deal, and it was funny. I remember, like I said, we started a hot program that week, and me and my one black friend, I remember when we first went live, kind of laughing about it, like, yeah, well, we got a hot program today, and we don't even have to really come up with anything because we were just able to speak to the dramas that were happening in our community. So this was a big deal. And I think since then, people have been trying to reckon with this. I think Derek's trying to, get with Bob, and I don't want to speak too much on that. That's not my situation, but he's spoken openly about the fact that he's speaking to Bob again, and I think he's hoping to, resolve that in a positive way. I think Neil's been trying to talk to him, and so basically Neil hit me up and was like, "Yo, man, you wanna join me on my channel? We'll talk to Robert Price. He seems to have maybe come around, or he's open to acknowledging and addressing maybe some of the hurt and damage his comments have caused." So I'm with all that, and let's get into it. We're gonna review his appearance on PineCreek that kind of started it all. So let's go ahead and jump into that. All right, I know Doug got his fucking music here in the beginning. I don't care about that. Mute this real fast. All right.
This will be a great one.
Yeah, this is when we first became introduced.
Satan's
to
little
Fuckface
helper is here
Doug.
first. Excellent. 10,000 Pine Points to Satan's little helper. Formerly, what was your name formerly? Holy Shift, right? Yeah. Claude Avilas. Good to see you here. 5,000 Pine Points. Moon Shoes, there you go. Yesterday you were a loser. Today you're a winner. Third place winner. 1,000 Pine Points to you. And Highways and Byways, sorry, you're not welcome here. Please leave now, because you're the biggest loser. It's okay to make people cry once in a while. I thought I would start a little bit earlier. Robert Price is going to be here in 8 minutes. Hopefully. I sent him the link. But I thought I would start early because once he gets here...
Also, I got to mention something because you guys heard him doing the Pine Points thing. I think Doug should stop doing this because it's a bad joke. I've heard him talk about this recently. He kind of went off on people. Like, oh, Pine Points aren't real. Don't be silly, audience. What do you guys think? And it just speaks to the boomerism of Doug, that he thinks it's silly that people critique him for his whole fake Pine Points thing. And his thing is they should get over the fact that Pine Points aren't real, rather than he needs to realize that channel points are a real thing, and like people have real channel currencies. But it just speaks to how tone deaf Doug is, how disconnected he is, and how he just doesn't get shit. And I never really went at Doug too hard for the Pine Points thing because whatever, he's got fake channel points. A couple other streams have done this shit with the Nathan Nichols, but it's kind of bad because, guys, I'm just trying to be clear. You would never get away with this shit on Twitch. As Twitch streamers, people have channel points. They have bots. Viewers expect to compete and have ways to win channel points. They expect to be able to redeem them to get privileges and bonuses and sound effects or whatever the fuck it is. And it's just so weird that he would ridicule people instead of understanding that you set yourself up for this by having fake ass channel points in a situation where real channel points are ubiquitous and a common part of streaming. Like, what a loser.
It's going to be really tough for me to talk about these highly charged topics and focus in on what he's saying and what you guys are saying. So if you have questions, and I noticed in my community tab when I posted yesterday that this will be happening, that some of you had some great questions. And tag me now, and I'll get these questions ready beforehand. But some of you know what you want to ask before you even hear what he has to say, right? How is this going to go, you guys think? Is this going to be like what's the polite way of saying this? A cluster? No, can't say that. No, can't say that. Is this going to be terrible? Is it possible to have a calm, reasonable, rational discussion about racism, CRT, bigotry, affirmative action?
Here's more of this politics of civility shit, right? And again, a lot of us didn't realize it, how bad it was at this time. But you have an extreme right-winger here in Doug who's made the decision already ahead of time, before he knows all the facts about what's going on in this situation, that the bigot, in this case, Robert Price, shouldn't be canceled and shouldn't be deplatformed. And, he does this whole thing to provide cover for him, but then wants to criticize the audience for already having some questions about shit they've already heard and are familiar with coming out of Robert Price. It's really weird. But then he does this whole politics of civility thing. Well, why can't we just have a calm, clear-headed, good old boys conversation about racism and CRT and all of these issues? And it's like, I know y'all see it. We just had to point it out.
I hope so. I hope we can do it.
No, it's going to be a long ass stream.
Part of the reason why I'm doing this is because
Point's good. He really needed to.
I'm a contrarian by nature.
I count that another victory for me and all the real ass streamers.
So if you want me to do something, tell me to do the opposite.
Get real or get out.
I'll give you a little insight. So someone said on Twitter yesterday, or I found out, that Robert Price should be deplatformed. So what do? I platform him.
There it is.
There you go.
There it is. The contrarian Doug.
I'm not the type
always
of guy
knows
who,
better than everybody.
There's a crazy guy named Steven Anderson. He thinks gays should be, if you could press a button to kill all gays, he would do it. I think he said that, right? Yeah, I'm quite sure he said that. He's welcome to come on my channel too. I should have James Mason on. My question is the price right? Is the price is right? Someone asked a question yesterday about Price's views.
Yeah,
on
please hit the like button, gang. Appreciate it.
What he thinks
like the thing, subscribe to the thing, share the thing.
They should be allowed to do or stuff. Something like that. All you need to ask him is if he believes his race is superior. If he says no, he's not a racist. Jake the Snake, I think you're right. I think it's as simple as that. Then the rest is just the appearance of racism, right? Or saying racist things as a non-racist, right?
Saying racist things as a non-racist.
Dr. P's thoughts on Trump's recent comments about Putin. I don't know. Like, I'm going to ask him about Trump, but do we want to really get into?
All right, I guess this is Doug's preamble. I know Rob was late.
I don't know.
I was wondering if Doug
of those who disagree with me to get them emotional and passionate.
Oh, here we go.
I know his answer to that. No. Ask him what's the best evidence that Apostle Paul. No, Douglas Wise, this is not what this stream is about.
Yeah. This is Bible stuff.
This stream's about the juicy stuff, not about whether the Apostle Paul was a real person. I know his answer to that. No. Does he like Muslims? Question for Dr. Price. Do you like Muslims? Do you like
All right, gang, I can't do 20 minutes of Doug unfiltered. Let's go to Bob.
There we go. He's here. He says. Otherwise, you're not a McDonald. I forget. I know.
The link to show up in mail. I was waiting to look at a messenger.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you made it. Do you remember me?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, this is gonna be a tough stream,
course.
y'all.
Oh,
Don't forget there's Patreon links in the descriptions. This one of them real workhorse type days. Like I literally changed my whole schedule around because I was like, had to sit through, all this Doug and Bob Price by tomorrow.
Warms my heart. Yeah, I think you were on about 5 years ago.
That long ago? Wow.
I know. Maybe it's 4. And were you on with Carrier or Dennis McDonald? I forget. Do you remember?
I don't remember it being anyone else.
It was just you?
Who knows my memory? That's the way I seem to remember it. I could be wrong though.
No, I think you're right, because I think it was I had a little mini debate with Carrier and Dennis McDonald. Yeah, maybe you weren't there for that one. But I was going to ask you, did you hear about this debate between Lacona and Ehrman?
That it's coming up if they had it already? I don't know.
Yeah, it's coming up. But, did you hear they're having this long 7-hour debate?
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to ask you about that before we get into the really juicy stuff. Do you think anything new is going to be said?
I doubt it seriously, and I know and respect both of them. I think they're both good guys, and they certainly are very well-read and erudite. But I personally think that they will be able to debate something I don't take for granted, because they are sort of in the same paradigm that one defined by 18th century Protestant rationalism, where there is an agreement, arbitrary, I think, that the Gospels, at least with the resurrection narratives, are to be accepted at face value until the empty tomb, and that even that is a true detail. But the only place to debate is, why was it empty? Were the disciples the ones who stole the body? Did the Sanhedrin take it?
All right, this is a distraction, right? But et cetera. We'll get through this. I don't know where they changed subjects.
It'll be interesting to hear what Bart says, because he used to assume that.
But I guess they're just discussing. This was the time when they were promoting that huge 7-hour pay-per-view Bart Ehrman versus Mike Lacona debate or whatever.
Genuine. His
Nobody cares.
Dead episode in Massacre.
The doubt on almost everything. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
At least in regards to the righteous dead. You can't prove one party.
Go. As long as it takes.
You plan is fine.
Okay, that's great. Do you know why you're here?
There we go. Let's go.
Because of the,
let's get to it.
The
what's up, Snake?
Accusations that I'm a racist.
Yeah, exactly. So
are they also saying I'm a Martian?
No, I have not seen any of those complaints that you're a Martian.
Because they might as well.
My guess is I can predict your answers to most of my questions, but I hope to be surprised. I guess we should start with this. How do you've been accused of being a racist by some. How do you define racism?
A prejudicial antipathy toward people.
All right, now I've got a problem with this. I've got a real problem with this. First off, I've got a beef with two white guys, especially two conservative white dudes, sitting on a stream together, defining racism. Just no. No, because number one, it seems like nothing else other than offering him an opportunity to give us his own flavored definition of racism which is something they're more comfortable with, right? This is what it feels like. Hey, can you tell me how you're comfortable using the term racism? What feels good to you, Bob? Right? And then after that, then we can go based off that. And with critical issues like this, you absolutely can't do that. It's also this dumbass thing that our community does where we think we're making progress and we have a conversation when the conversation starts with definitions. Sorry, we got to stop this, y'all. This is so bad. We do this with every fucking conversation we have. And it's because we're so used to talking to apologists who want to weaponize language and do the whole semantic infiltration thing. So we've got to spend all this time with definitions. But this is fucking toxic. And if I'm going to give a critical perspective on this so that people see what the problem is, I'm gonna speak directly to the problem. If I'm as a black observer of this conversation, if y'all want to have a conversation, then let's get to the fucking conversation about racism. And if the issue is the racist behavior of one of the people on the panel or both the people on the panel, let's get to that part. Because to me, this feels like y'all want to waste time, sit up in here talking about definitions, and this does nothing for the conversation. Nothing at all.
Of a particular racial and or ethnic group just because they belong to it, and you feel there is something wrong with that group, which is utterly stupid. So I have no patience for racism. I think I've written against it. I think it's ludicrous but dangerous, and so I that's what I think it means.
What would you say is the reason why racism is bad or wrong?
Well, because though people are different, luckily, they're all human beings and deserve the respect regardless. Now, individuals may forfeit that respect, but that's not because of any genetic thing or pigment, God forbid, or anything like that. But I mean, I don't really respect a career criminal, right? But that's somebody once said, it's not bigotry to be to dislike jerks, because nobody is born a jerk. They have to work at it, and so that's not prejudice. You're drawing a distinction because of behavior and choices an individual has made, and that's, to me, that's not prejudice even.
Do you think one could be a good racist?
Well, if they just had superficial opinions, like as you may know, I'm a big fan of H.P. Lovecraft and write a whole lot about him. And
this is all what are we talking about? No, you can't be a good racist. Racism is bad. This is where we get to these fucking conversations. Like, is it really wrong? Is it objectively wrong? Is it subjectively wrong? Like, no. This is dumb. And again, it's all about making Robert Price comfortable. It's all about making Robert Price feel better. Rob, you're not a racist, right? Tell us you're not. First, Rob, give us your definition of racism, which I'm sure is just going to be conveniently one that doesn't fit you, right? Then tell us what you think about, right? And then you got to notice some of these subtleties here, like, if the conversation's about racism and you're asked what's wrong with racism, what do you mean talking about you don't like career criminals? Why are you discussing your dislike of career criminals in a conversation about race? It's just, and again, I know we're supposed to be charitable listeners and we're all like, oh, well, he's just giving an example of the type of character he doesn't like and using that as an example of why he would dislike someone's personally, but not like, but that's not racist or anything. But then look at the example. Why use an example of career criminals in this conversation? And again, what does it have to do with anything? You don't like somebody because they're a career criminal. Okay, well, what does that have to do? Right? It's using that as a deflection, right? Because this is where Bob's gonna go with a lot of this stuff, and this is something I want to credit Uncle Bobby and James Apperson for helping us realize when we're dealing with abusive relationships and narcissistic personalities and on and on. But that's what you deal with here, to where now you're gonna tell me it's our fault. Right? This is the setup. It's not that I dislike black people. I dislike those black thugs, right? And, and then the problem's going to be, well, let's talk about, white people who do the same type of behavior. Oh, well, all of a sudden they're not thugs anymore. Well, that's the fucking problem, right? So this whole sideshow about, this is trying to turn Dr. Robert Price into Martin Luther King. Right, and this is exactly the playbook of the right wing. So again, these guys, they just had to not know. They just had to. What a coincidence! They're doing the problematic racial thing, playing out of the problematic racial playbook, but they just didn't happen to notice, because this sets up the right. This sets up the Doug. I'm not a racist. I judge people. Not on the color of their skin, but of the content of their character, right? It's the same Fox News talking point, tried it out every MLK day, and fuckface Doug on the left himself did a bullshit ass MLK troll video to trigger black people himself this year on MLK Day. And he's setting Robert up to do the same thing. He's basically pulling the Tucker Carlson. Come on, Robert, tell us you're not a racist and you judge people based on their bad deeds, not their bad looks. The issue is he then is not consistent in his ability to assess people's bad deeds. And his inability to do so seems to be based on their fucking looks.
He held racist opinions that I wish he hadn't had, but I'm part of a Lovecraft hero cult, personality cult.
Are we back
I
at
just,
666?
do not
That's great.
See that means I should not enjoy fascinating and thought-provoking fiction. Heidegger was a member of the Nazi Party, but as far as I can tell, that does not influence his existential
Liz Allen, I agree with you about
ontology and all of
definitions.
that.
A great comment.
I find it very helpful, and I just don't think you can make one thing disqualify an unrelated thing. But with Lovecraft, though, I started with him. This guy we have numerous memoirs of this man from people that knew him, and they all attest to him and they're not really arguing the racism thing. They're just saying, well, I knew this guy. This is what he was like. And they go on to describe an almost Christ-like, bodhisattva-like concern for others. And
all right, gang, I'll be right back. I gotta grab my food.
Mile to accept them despite their foibles. Now, he also held, I think, sort of armchair opinions about certain cultures and races.
And again, I don't understand we're talking about Lovecraft, but there seems to be a deflection. Lovecraft is one of his heroes, but now he's, almost turning this into an analysis of Lovecraft's problematic stances rather than Bob Price's problematic statements.
That would be a case of a guy who was good despite this undesirable,
give me a minute, gang. Be right back.
Irrational opinion he held on something. Okay. I mean, if he were a flat earther, that wouldn't bother me a whole lot. I'd say, boy, that is surprising. Okay. It's too bad, but.
So what you're saying is you can be racist and still be great or good person in other areas of your life.
Yeah, I mean, I've known relatives like that they occasionally will make, older ones, will make a racist remark, and I kind of flinch at them. It's not my place to start a debate with them, but I realize, well, they grew up in a different culture, and I can't really be too surprised they absorbed some of it. I'm just glad when they do transcend it. But yeah, I don't just damn people because of either opinions I don't agree with or prejudices I find repulsive.
Okay. Yesterday, someone on Twitter suggested I go through a whole bunch of stuff, and other people sent me stuff, and it's like I'm like inundated with stuff of things you said in the past, and I want to give you an opportunity to explain what you mean, the context, and so forth. And I don't know exactly where to start, but maybe just in general, why do you think some people accuse you of being a racist?
Well, I think it's a Saul Alinsky move that he said you need to, I don't know if he put it in these terms, but he basically says you need to co-opt language to trap and marginalize and dismiss your ideological opponents. And so we now hear people say that, well, for instance, the homophobia charge, that's a great example. Like, I don't have any problem morally with homosexuality. That's not an issue for me. But I do stick up for people who have reasoned arguments against the morality of it, which I have sought to rebut in discussions. Well, they're not convinced. But I don't think in their, like a relative of mine is a retired nurse, and she's a very sharp lady for medical reasons that I'm too stupid to understand. She says she thinks it's wrong and wrong because it's physically destructive ultimately. I'm not competent to evaluate that, but I can't say she's a homophobe. I happen to know she doesn't hold it against the many gay people she knows, but is her theory of being opposed to it, is that homophobia? Because phobia implies an unreasoning fear, like Bela Lugosi, a black cat. When a black cat crosses his path, he freaks out and shoots it because he's an ailurophobe or something. He had this insane fear of cats. Didn't just dislike them, but was horrified. That's a phobia. Or you're afraid of the dark, so you can't go to sleep. That's a phobia. But having a different opinion on whether homosexuality is right or not, I don't agree with that position, but I understand it is a reasoned position. And so I will not call it a phobia, because that's a tactic to get you to say, well, I don't have to listen to them. I know I'm right. Why confuse myself with any other view? And that's what's happened with racism. We now hear, well, this goes way back at least to Daniel Moynihan and a big thing he did on crime in the black community and so forth, where he said it really seems there's a big correlation between lacking a father in the home and kids growing up without a moral compass, and that's why you've got these murder rates and gang violence. People said, oh, you're a racist. Why? For what? What did he do?
Yeah, in fact, can I call you Bob? Is that all right? Or do you want?
No, please do.
Okay,
yeah.
so Bob, even just like within an hour ago, someone made the exact same comment to me on Twitter about this. That you, I wish maybe I have it here, but that you made some comment about fatherless black homes or something like that. And
that's the fact. There's no debating that, except for people that just don't like the idea. You can't point out a problem in as a first step to trying to clarify and solve it. If you say there's a problem, you're a bigot. That, you see what I mean? That They have stretched out racism and bigotry to the point where it is meaningless, but that's what they want to do.
But I think his point was though that fatherless homes might be a problem, or is a problem, but you didn't mention that this occurs in other races as well. You just mentioned the black race.
Well, take a look at the statistics. Now, why is this the case? It's not because there's any genetic inferiority to blacks. I mean, it seems to me, I don't know enough about genetics, but if you had a genetic difference, as such as the Ku Klux Klan people and so on say, you couldn't even have intermarriage between the races. I mean, you'd be a different species. And it just seems to me that is absurd, and nobody's, except the Ku Klux Klan caveman, says so. But the thing is, why does this problem exist? Well, because certain leftist politicians, especially with LBJ, said that we need to get these people, and LBJ used the N word about it. We need to get them in our pocket, and with the war on poverty thing, will do that at least for the next half century. And so they're being manipulated by people who want to keep them down, and have managed to do it by flooding them with welfare money and so on. It's not their fault. That's an absurd notion. But the thing is, they find themselves in this situation, and it's inculcated and reinforced by charlatans like Al Sharpton, a known liar, tax cheat, et cetera, just so he can continue to virtue signal his way into wealth. And it's very obvious, especially because there's a growing number of Black thinkers and writers that point it out too.
Yeah.
It's not just a white opinion, and it's only.
Pause the fucking tape. So much that I'm hearing wrong when I was going to get my food. So first off, you have to understand the difference between these charges of bigotry and a phobia. This is why you should be so on alert when conversations start out with the overemphasis on definition. It doesn't suit anybody other than a person who's arguing for some bullshit, because nobody else would benefit from a conversation about definitions. So he wants to say, well, why would people think you're a homophobe or a racist? Okay, now notice, homophobe, racist, transphobe. Yeah, they have the same root word as phobia, but these are not described or characterized in the same sense as a phobia. Nobody says a racist is a person who sees a black person and immediately darts out of the room. Nobody says someone who's a transphobe, that thinks that trans people are going to put them in a hex, right? It's a total conflation to say, oh, well, this is based in phobia, and I wouldn't describe these problematic attitudes or views as phobias. Ergo, these people aren't transphobes now? This is really, really bad. It's just a bunch of horse shit. Then this new thing of, and I remember that this was such a point of emphasis for Bob Price, this point of, I wasn't calling out the black community, I was calling out fatherlessness in the black community. And I make this point with Doug before. They want to play the I'm just stating facts. Facts don't care about your feelings. Okay, but you just stating facts is your behavior. So the rest of us get to sit back and assess, which facts did you tell us? Why did you tell us those facts? What are the other facts related to that situation? How did you represent or fail to represent those other important factors? Okay, if I point out every time a female colleague of mine gets fired because they're a bad teacher and they fail to publish enough research to make tenure, but I never point out the same thing happening to other people. Sure, I may just be pointing out facts, but people are going to start to ask, why these facts? Why are you only interested in this fact and this relationship when it comes to these people? And Doug even, you kind of softly lobbed it up to him. hey, people are saying, hey, if you're going to talk about this fatherlessness thing, then why don't you talk about that with other races? And what does he immediately reveal? It isn't about fatherlessness to him. Because instead of talking about fatherlessness in other races, he doubles down on, well, no, it's really that's really the situation in their community, and now the liberal left politicians wants the black people in their back pocket, and they're coming after me instead of that charlatan Al Sharpton and blah blah blah. Bro, niggas don't care about Al Sharpton. We all know Al Sharpton's a fucking ambulance chaser. Every time I see the nigga Al Sharpton on my screen, I'm damn near puke. I don't listen to shit Al Sharpton says that I fucking agree with 100% without turning to people, I don't like this motherfucker Al Sharpton, right? Like, so again, he trying to sell Doug a narrative and maybe the audience a narrative, but again, yeah, like y'all see, hopefully this will be better tomorrow, but this is a problem because ain't no people of color in the conversation. Go, Bob, what the fuck are you talking about? Motherfuckers being pissed at you for your racist comments ain't got shit to do with Al Sharpton. And what the fuck you think black people don't know that the Democrats use us for political advantage? Nigga, that's politics. Politics is you want votes. You need the people in your district and community, whatever level of government you're applying for, to vote for your narrow ass. You do that by doing what? Knocking on their doors and being like, vote for me, here's what I'm going to do for you. Vote for me, here's what I'm going to do for you. Vote for me, here's what I'm going to do for you. And this motherfucker, and here's the right-wing playbook. They never want to do shit to help black people. They never want to do shit to help poor people. But they're always throwing the Democratic Party under the bus for at least trying, or making the appearance of their trying, or at least making messaging about the issues that are important to us central to the motherfucking platform. If Republicans showed up to door tomorrow, here's what I'm going to do for you. I need you to vote for me. Yeah, I'm going to fix the public schools in the communities of color. I'm going to make sure that color people have access to business grants and loans so y'all can start small businesses. We're going to start scholarship funds to make sure people of color can go to college affordably. We're going to initiate programs to eliminate or to address the wealth gap. We realize that a lot of people of color are straddled with too much debt and not enough access to health care. We're going to start a new program for that. Our black asses will be voting Republican tomorrow. Tomorrow. Happily. Give me a red hat, a red tie. I'm waving my damn white flag, my little Patriot American flag on my way to vote Republican all fucking day. Instead, the Republicans won't do shit for us. Won't even try. And they keep promoting racism. So this is why Bob got work to do, bruh. Because now you got to convince me more than just you understand that you said some shit that people don't agree with, or you said some shit that hurt people feeling. You got to really show me that you recognize the problem of tactics like this. That you're literally taking... Look, and let me say it again. All people, yes, I'm the official spokes Negro of the counter-apologetics community. They do trust me to speak for all black people. It's a difficult job, but somebody's got to do it. So, as a spokesperson for all black people, but seriously, trust me, you can't keep throwing the people that are giving us something under the bus and being like, they keep manipulating people of color by giving them something. And then turn around and tell us we should support y'all motherfuckers instead, who are giving us absolutely nothing and working against our interest every fucking day. So how dare you fix your narrow ass mouth to throw the progressives and the left and all of these people under the bus so you can defend yourself as not being a racist when you're turning around defending the racist. and then critiquing the only people who are trying to do something about it.
A black problem because they have been victimized by the people that are trying to manipulate them.
Yeah, let me. I don't know if you can see this, but you'll probably remember it. I think it's regarding.
Yeah, he did. I want more
Martin.
details. I don't know exactly what the details are. I made a video about it earlier, so some of y'all see there's we did like a 5-minute stream about it earlier. But yeah, if anybody's got any content to more details, please share with the live chat or on Discord.
You probably can't see this, but do you recognize?
Yeah, I know what it is. Yeah.
Okay. So you wrote, so the title here is Michael Brown's parents go to an odd place to speak out against the Ferguson police. And then you wrote, what she should be mourning about is that her son was a worthless thug, another Trayvon martyr. So what did you mean by that statement?
Well, exactly what I said. This guy was no damn good. He tried to wrestle away the policeman's gun and shoot him with it. There was no hands up, don't shoot thing. That was shown later to be a lie. And this whole thing was based on this thug who was robbing a store, shoplifting, and then refused to cooperate with the police and then tried to shoot the policeman. He's just a worthless thug. He happened to be black, but that's not really the relevant thing. Do I say anything about him being black? Now some people say, but the word thug, that's inherently racist. No, it's not. Do you know what a thug is? It's from the Thuggee sect of people in 19th century India who would waylay travelers. Hey, can you help jump my car here, my camel? What
she should be mourning about is that her son was a worthless thug, another Trayvon martyr.
And then once you...
Yo, another worthless Doug, another Trayvon martyr. Now, I don't know any about this shit of Michael Brown is a thug. To me, it sounds like right-wing nonsense, right? Because I don't see this. That's not what people remember. And there's a couple that help make it very obvious that Robert Price is full of shit. Number one, as we continue to go, we're going to hear some real thuggish shit related to January 6th, and we'll notice that all of a sudden those people are not thugs. So Robert Price betrays himself. He tells on himself here. He literally says thug is not a racist term. It stems back, and again, tries to give us an etymology lesson on the history of a word so we can wrap our heads around the definition. Because again, he's not here to apologize. He's not here to correct he's here to teach. He's here to teach us how we're wrong. And so again, he's going to reveal that it's a racist term when he uses it in this situation to describe someone who I guess maybe did drugs or was trying to rob a store and wrestled the gun away from a cop. That person's a worthless fucking thug. Their life ain't shit. But when we turn around and describe the same thing about white people, all of a sudden he can't seem to remember the etymology of the word. He can't seem to remember how to pronounce it. He can't seem to recall the definition in the history lesson he just gave us. All of a sudden that's far from his mind. Now, here's another statement right in his own thing that proves he's wrong, because he says he's just another Trayvon martyr. First of all, his name was Trayvon Martin, you racist fuck. Say his name. I guess you missed that part too. And Trayvon Martin was a fucking kid. He ain't had no long rap sheet. He not a thug. He wasn't robbing nobody. He wasn't wrestling his gun from cops. He got in a fight with that fucked up ass dude that shot him. So the fact that you make that direct comparison to say he's just like Trayvon Martin when his situation ain't shit like Trayvon Martin, other than the fact that they some black motherfuckers that got killed, it shows you this has nothing to do with the fact that about his record or blah, 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 blah. It's just more, it's his fault he got killed because he had a past. He did some shit Bob Price don't approve of, so fuck him. And rightfully, he was called out for it. And again, just like we saw with the situation with Dr. David Falk with Francesca Stravakopoulos, well, bro, when you get called out, it's time to grow. And instead, this fool doubled down and is just trying to make it like it's everybody else, right? And again, bro, like, when are these white motherfuckers gonna realize there's a consensus amongst other people? We see you, we see your behavior. The audacity of these motherfuckers to sit up here and say, yeah, I've gotten all this criticism for my racist behavior. Yeah, across the board. White people, black people, people across the aisle, people even close to me. Fucking Derek called his ass. This all started because, you know, Derek tried to sit it. Nigga, Derek Lambert, your motherfucking mentee, the motherfucker that's been putting you on trying to get you paid, trying to get you an audience, told you, bro, you stepped way out of line. This shit way problematic. But nobody's feedback is ever good enough for them to realize they need to make a course correction. Instead, they're going to teach the rest of us that we don't know shit about racism. Crazy.
Got down and helped them, they would garrote you with a scarf and bring the money to the Mother Khalif.
Jules, also we hooked it up, Jules. We got the Scrabble going and gather. We're at the cafe. Feel free to come and join. Y'all can see everybody's hanging over at the bar, chilling. It's a bunch of games and stuff over there too. But you see, we got that Scrabble. We hooked that Scrabble up. You can come in here and play Scrabble. The Scrabble app is really nice. I'm gonna run over real quick and show it to y'all. It's super nice. All you gotta do is come up here, press X, boom. You can come in here. You can play friends. You can play against the computer. The dictionary is built in. There's tutorials. It's got like a light and dark mode. You could do tournaments. It's one of the really, really, really nice apps. So thank you for that suggestion, Jules. We got on it right away, and we've got Scrabble in here. None needs to come over here to the bar with everybody else, unless you're playing a game. But yeah, non-believer, you probably need to get over there. Dorothy, non-believer, everybody's over at the bar area in the cafe. So if you guys want to play games where you're at, stay there. But if you're looking for the rest of the crew, they're at the bigger area. All right, folks, let's get back into it. Just wanted to mention that real quick. Jules, thanks so much for that suggestion. We really appreciate it. And we've got that Scrabble integrated in most of our spaces now. It's a really great idea.
Fundraiser. These were the bad guys in Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. They actually existed. And so we speak of all predator criminals as thugs. But that has to do not with their race. It's like when Denny's used to be Sambos. People say, racist. Wait, little black Sambo wasn't an African. He was a South Indian. And not that I mean, I have no interest in that or sympathy for it, but it's based on somebody's ignorance or lying. The word has become stretched out of all recognition and on purpose.
Bro, this is the arrogance of somebody like Rob Rice, who just needs to get over himself. Of course, there are words in common use that mean something in our cultural context that is different than the original context. This is literally like me saying, well, it's okay for me to call gay people faggots. What, fag? You got a problem? Fag? Yo, fag. Shut the fuck up, fag. You're nothing but a fucking faggot. Oh, Jay, you're a fucking homophobic bigot. Oh, no. Don't you know faggot is just a way to refer to a cigarette in Europe? Yeah, all I was saying is, bro, you're smoking. You're woo. You're like smoking. You know, every time I'm around you, it's like smoking, and I think it's wonderful. What do you mean? What do you mean that's racist? That's not racist. Don't you know the etymology of the word? Don't you know the history of you don't even know the history of this term? Like, bro, nobody buys that. Nobody buys that. And you deserve to have your ass handed to you for that. If you think that the solution is to correct people's etymology of the word thug so that they realize that it is not actually a racially charged term, you deserve to have your ass handed to you. What's the issue at hand today is what the fuck is going on in the world today. And when you use words today, like when he called that person a thug, do you think any part of him in his mind was jumping back to the 17th century when this group of non-African people, were first referred to as the Thuggians or whatever the fuck? Like, bro, he is totally confusing this with his sort of biblical scholarship where we're looking for him to clarify what the original Hebrew interpretation was. Nigga, we don't give a shit. And no part of him, when he referred to that person as a worthless thug, was thinking back to the historical etymology of the word. He knew exactly what the fuck he was saying when he did it. And he used that term because he wanted to compare him to other black worthless people in his eyes, like Trayvon Martin. So, gonna have to do better, Bob.
To give you the license to shut people up. My point is, look at what's happened here. It doesn't matter what that kid did. It's the fact that he is black shows it's an injustice, and the overriding assumption is if you're an African American, you can, by definition, you can do no wrong. And therefore, the next step is anything you do cannot be considered wrong. It's the same weird logic we find in radical holiness movements in Christianity, where they say, I've been sanctified by the Holy Ghost, I'm free from sin, and therefore anything I do now does not count as a sin. I've known people from groups like that. That's what's happened here.
Do you think that my guess is it's just a very small percentage that would disagree with what you just said. I think it's very reasonable what you said, that we don't respect thugs, right? Mm-hmm. And that if you're a mother and your son has a rap sheet really long of all the things you've done illegally, you should mourn that and say it's terrible. But my question would be, why do you think that some people do view this as racist? Is this back to what you said earlier, that it's a way to the tribalism and way to dismiss? I call it the feel sorry forness religion. That there's certain people who have a propensity to feel sorry for other groups of people more than others.
The bleeding heart liberal.
Yeah, and this is I come from the perspective that I think there's a
Man, I'm really glad we reviewed this. I forgot how weaponized this stream was. A religion? Did this motherfucker just compare being anti-racist to holiness movements, where if you're the victim of racial violence, your slate is wiped clean? Are you serious? No. When someone gets fucking murdered and they shouldn't have been murdered, yeah, we focus the conversation on their murder and how they should still be alive, not us having conversations about their murder. So yeah, their rap sheet, their past, their third grade grades, you know, the really inconsiderate way they dumped their high school girlfriend, and the fact that they cheated at pool, all become secondary motherfucking conversations to the fact that this motherfucker was murdered. And to act like that is somehow related to this religion. And Doug with his dead inside bullshit. Oh, it's the religion of feel sorry forism. Bruh, you think human compassion and empathy and us being outraged when people are murdered and then being further outraged when the reputation of the deceased is disparaged in a deliberate attempt to distract the conversation away from the senseless murder of people? That's a religion of feel sorry forism. This is the problem with the politics of civility. When a lack of empathy, a lack of compassion, a lack of sympathy, a straight up willingness to dehumanize others becomes some sort of virtue. You're so wonderful that from your privileged position in society, you're not hurting the way other people are when they're attacked. And so these guys have, I guess 19 degrees of separation before they feel like these issues hit home for them, which is of course not true, but that's how they play it. And then they're just so baffled as to why everyone else can't seem to control themselves, because they've fallen into this indoctrination of unchecked feel sorry forism, and now they just get their religious kicks off. This is their new religion. They worship at the feet of cancel culture and wokeism. What an asshole.
Reason why people vote, let's say, Republican or Democrat, all around the world, there's these divisions. And there's a reason for it, and that is because some people, their intuitions or how they were raised or whatever, it's the soft love versus the hard love. And so a person who would take what you said there and say, but it's not their fault, it's because of the system they were placed in. Whereas I think guys like you and me would say, well, wait a minute, there's people who maybe have had a raw deal in life, but they don't go out and kill and rob and do all these things. And so at some point, personal responsibility has to fit in here.
Mm-hmm.
So
the deck is stacked, but you're not simply
And again, is this what black people argue? Do black people run around arguing that criminals shouldn't be held responsible for their crimes and the character of someone doesn't matter? And again, he wants to shift this all. This is no longer about Robert Price. This is now an indictment of the left. It's indictment of wokeism and the religion of sympathy and railing against cancel culture. None of this is about Robert Price's problematic, bigoted language. And this really suggests that he really, really doesn't get it. That he really, really, really doesn't get it.
The logical outcome of something. You're not just a function of a machine. And look at the people with the same sort of background who resisted those temptations and went on to do great things. But what happens to them? They get denounced by race hustlers as acting white, which implies that success is impossible, despite the fact that we have a black.
All right, y'all, let's get to this. Let's see. No, go ahead, give me that.
Had a black president.
Yep, there it is.
Vice president.
Yeah, we had a black president. Now we have a black vice president. Doug has a dark-skinned wife. Robert Price got a blowjob from a black girl back in the day. Of course, racism is over. I don't even understand. What are we here for? Should I end the stream? Should we end the stream? Fuck it. We had a black president, y'all. I'm sorry. I was sadly mistaken. We had a black president. Doug Matter, dark-skinned lady. I apologize, y'all. Racism is over. My bad. See you later.
Zach? Why she wanna leave me alone? Saying all I do is wrong. No rights when they been left turns. Playing that she gotta let it burn. Saying that the hell's not a home. Sunshine cause you heard it all before. Sometimes she don't wanna be alone. Most times she don't want me gone. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter.
I mean, just fucking ridiculous. Just absurd. All right, let's read this commentary here. I actually think this is a really good way to think about this. All right, here we go. This was written in 2020. On August 9th, 2014, an unarmed young black man who recently graduated from Normandy High School was executed. Big Mike. However, the world knows him as Michael Brown. Days and weeks after the death of Michael Brown at the hands of Officer Darren Wilson, the media portrayed Brown as a menace, a danger, a thug. Former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee expressed that Big Mike, quote, could have avoided that if he'd have behaved like something other than a thug. He wasn't the only one who shared this sentiment. Many political officials and news correspondents proclaimed that Big Mike felt his demise because of his thuggery, that Trayvon Martin was hunted down at the age of 17 by a wannabe cop because of his thug-like attire. That is a hoodie. How crazy is that? Wannabe cop, just like fucking, what's his face? Kyle Rittenhouse. That Jordan Davis was slain at the age of 17 because of his loud, quote, thug music, that people who are tired of their voices being neglected and their bodies treated as shooting range targets are thugs because they choose to use the only language the country understands. Thug became synonymous with black, black synonymous with threat, so thug became synonymous with me. There are different definitions and interpretations of what a thug is. Many believe that a thug to be a gangster, a hoodlum, a violent person engaged in criminal activity. This individual's uniform is believed to consist of sagged pants, a dark hoodie, and black skin. Thugs are thought to cause trouble as if trouble is a distant family member whose genes were inherited. A thug's life seems to be engulfed in the desire to cause harm and the flex cold-heartedness. Tupac would disagree with this. Tupac Shakur believed the thug's life was filled with hatred that was bottle-fed to them as infants. And what those little ones grow up to be was what society molded them to be. Here it is. The hatred you give little infants fucks everyone. Thug life. Hear that? The hatred you give little infants fucks everyone. Thug life. All right? Pac's words remind me of when James Baldwin compelled white folks to figure out why they invented the Negro. Why do white supremacist power structures feed black bodies, resulting in black folks internalizing that hatred and devastating our own being? Why do white supremacist power structures kill black people twice? The first murder physically, the second murder socially. When Botham Jean was murdered in his home by an officer in 2008, why was the weed found in his home the highlight and not the search warrant used to justify his death? Why was Corinne Gaines killed at 23 years old because officers were indifferent about her mental illness? Why was Alan Fanning from Inglewood killed by police at 18 years old, but Dylan Roof was arrested and taken to Burger King after murdering 9 loving people? We shouldn't die because of smoking weed. We shouldn't die because of our need to feel the music due to our spiritual connection to head-nodding bass lines and hard-hitting drums. We shouldn't die because it's raining and we need to protect our crown. We shouldn't fear of never waking up because of incompetent police killing us in our sleep. We shouldn't have to be innocent to avoid execution. We shouldn't die because we're jogging and, quote, I can't breathe, mama, shouldn't be our last words. George Floyd wasn't resisting. He was gasping for breath, pleading to the officer with his knee on his neck, eerily familiar to the knee of white supremacy on the neck of black people to allow him to breathe. George Floyd should still be breathing. Breonna Taylor was sleeping. The police conducted an illegal no-knock warrant at her home. Breonna was killed by police because her boyfriend, Kenneth Walker, was protecting her. Tony McDade was killed because he dared to be authentic. He dared to be genuine. He dared to live as himself. Black LGBTQ people are at greater risk of violence every day in this country. Ahmaud Arbery should still be feeling the wind against his face on an ordinary day. However, the assumption of black people being violent criminals since birth traveled above him like a darkened cloud, the same way it has traveled with others who look like him. The father and the son duo who murdered him thought he was a thug. No matter how fast he was going, white supremacy was faster. After being shot at point blank range with a shotgun and having the will to stumble away, attempting to run into a different reality where black folks are free to be ordinary, he fell face first into the pavement, left to bleed out in the same way George Floyd was, the same way Big Mike was. On August 11, 2014, I got Thug Life tatted on me in response to the death of Michael Brown. I figured if they see us as thugs, why not embrace it? When I show my tattoo, which sits on my left hip like a pistol ready to be drawn, friends laugh and say, "You know, thug." I smirk and let it rock. But little do they know, we're all thugs. We're all filled with animus. We're all filled with despair. Nevertheless, we continue to live with our heads held high. Michael, Trayvon, Breonna, Nina, Botham, Ahmaud, and many, many others lived in a world that was scared of them. And the world flinched by killing them when they dared to live. Racist whiteness responds excessively to blackness. Racist whiteness calls us rioters when we are rebelling against structural racism. Racist whiteness calls Patrick Henry a hero and Malcolm X a terrorist. Racist whiteness calls cops peaceful and us thugs. Let me be clear. There are thugs who do the work of reconstructing a just society by their very actions, influenced by society's hatred to be better, to rebel in organized resistance. I call this the hatred you give little infants frees everyone. And then there are thugs who are influenced by hate and fuck everyone, especially black people. That was written by Torrance Brown Smith. I think they deserve to have their name mentioned. That was great. Holy shit, y'all! Senior at the University of Northern Colorado studying sociology and Africana studies. I just did a interview today. It was like preliminary. It wasn't really an interview, it was a conversation, but there's a faculty position opening at the University of Northern Colorado, and I had a discussion with them today about applying for that program. I don't know that I'm ready. I'm still a postdoc. I've got another year on my postdoc, but I do need to start thinking about my next steps and preparing for what that might look like. And they have an exciting program. They have a PhD program in biological education. So just kind of a coincidence. Was happy. I guess I'm noticing that name more now than I used to. But that was pretty cool. I really loved that story. I think that was great. But I hope that really highlights for you exactly what is going on when people use this term thug and what it really means in our context here.
Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Somehow we're back in the 50s with Bull Connor. And they've created a fantasy world here. And so they try to keep people down on a democratic plantation, as black people like Candace Owens, says that we're not going to stay on the plantation licking your boots. And that's so it seems to me that it's simply a gimmick. People will say, well, Price, that this is personal, not political. If you think that, you are very naive. because the whole idea, once that thing was put on, that clip of her was put on the internet or the news or whatever, it was weaponized and for the particular purpose of erasing any moral distinctions. Race A does it, it's bad. Race B does it, it's good, or at least not so bad. And that is social, civilizational suicide.
Yeah, I was
And
thinking, this reminds me of what happened just a couple days ago on Sunday with Will Smith. And I was thinking to myself, you know, who I think it's John Voight, Angelina Jolie's dad, who's an actor and an outspoken Republican. If he would have walked up and slapped Chris Rock, my suspicion is he would have been escorted out of the building.
Yeah.
But when Will Smith does it, he's not. Now, I don't know, but my suspicion is that race is a factor here, and that it's actually more racist not to escort Will Smith out than...
Oh, this was crazy. All right, I'm sure y'all all remember the slap heard around the world. Let's clarify a couple things. They did consider escorting Will Smith out of the building. And they took a ton of heat for not doing exactly that, especially since he got up there later and won an award. But, you know, he was dissociated from the Academy. He's not allowed to attend their things for like 10 years. Like they came down on him. Should they have come down on him harder in the moment? Yeah, probably. But nobody, when they were planning, you know, the 89th Grammys or whatever the fuck it is, you know, sorry, I'm wrong. I know, wrong award show, not the right number of years, but y'all know what I'm saying. This is totally unprecedented, right? So, of course, they weren't sitting around like, well, what do we do when somebody gets up and slaps the host in the face? Like, they sorry they didn't have their slap a bitch contingency plan activated that day. But now to suggest that that is somehow reverse racism, because if a white dude would have done it, the penalties would have been harsher. First off, isn't that convenient to find yourself a hypothetical situation where there's no precedence for us to even compare how white people and black people are treated and just assert that if the dude was white, he'd have been escorted out? I don't think anybody reviews that situation and thinks, oh yeah, they gave Will Smith preferential treatment because he's black? Absurd. And yeah, you're gonna need a little bit more than speculation here, Doug. You're gonna need some evidence of that shit. You crazy? So I don't even know why you'd say a weirdo thing like that. But it's funny how it's a consideration now, right? So he's got clear evidence of Bob Price making problematic statements. He's got them ready to go so we can pull them up and show them to him. He'll defend those statements, won't challenge Bob Price on his racism, but he's perfectly willing to wildly speculate reverse racism. So yeah. Robert Price says he's not a racist. He's probably not a racist. Robert's throwing black kids under the bus who've been murdered. It's probably good to go. Oh, but them not kicking Will Smith out of the fucking Academy Awards, they didn't kick Will Smith out of the Oscars. Now that's a serious racial problem here in America. That's some serious racism we need to do something about right now. Turns out black men are slapping black men, and the penalty is not what white men are getting. That is the racial problem in America right there. So in a way, you can hear it's even worse, right? This is even worse, right? Like, wow. Just, man, wow.
Than to leave him there. Like, it's like you're saying it's okay. And And some people would say that, you can't even say anything against Will Smith here because you don't know him, and but would they say the same thing about John Voight?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, there is always more behind what someone does, good or bad, than we know, since we don't have telepathy. But you don't have to know that. That kind of thing, it's utter agnosticism about people's motives and their effects. That is it just that stymies any kind of like doctrines of absolute predestination. That you can, this is another way of saying, given your genes and your environment, you can't really blame any murderer, thief, riot, or whatever he does. Well, you might be right. It's possible.
And again, here's more distraction with false talking points. There is no movement of people of color suggesting that people of color should not be held responsible for their crimes. Matter of fact, let's talk about what happened recently with Tyree Nichols. Okay? Tyree Nichols murdered by a bunch of black cops. They're arrested right away. They're charged right away. What does everyone, especially the black community, come out and say? Applause all around. Great job. Literally, national interviews on CNN, MSNBC, the message is the same every single time. The mother, the father, they all sitting there teary-eyed with all the hosts. They all saying the same thing. Hopefully, this becomes a model of immediate accountability for police violence. Nobody sat up there and argued for not 1 second. Oh, well, these are black cops. And, as black cops, they had it kind of rough coming up. Black community, they just beat the shit out of people. That's how they settle their differences. So, can we really charge these cops with murder? I mean, they didn't. Nobody said that. Nobody. Nobody ever said, oh, did George Floyd have a past of drug use? Yeah, he should face no consequences for that. Nobody says this. So this is how they play the victim. Like, the real issue is reverse racism and poor white guys. White guys are just held responsible for every fucking thing they do wrong. The world is out to get them. And black people just have no responsibility. They literally get away with murder all the time because nobody cares. They're black. You can't blame them for shit. Bro, that is the exact opposite of reality. Everyone knows reality is black people are held disproportionately accountable for what they do. We are over-criminalized. Do you know what over-criminalized means? It means we make up more of the prison system than we make up of the general population. We also make up more of the prison system than our crime statistics would suggest. That means we are being punished more for equal behavior, not less. There's no such thing as a black pass when it comes to crime. Are you fucking serious? And then, again, let's keep it to Tyree Nichols. What did we discover later with Tyree Nichols? We discovered there was a 6th or 7th officer involved who happened to be white. And guess what? You'll never guess what, gang. It took them a couple weeks or whatever to charge his ass. So again, a bunch of cops beat down a black man. The black motherfuckers that were involved, they get arrested right away, charged to the fucking hilt. The white motherfucker involved, they got to go through a whole internal review and a whole investigation. And then when they charge him, they don't even charge him up to the level most people think he should have been charged. Come on, man. This not even reality, y'all. This is not even reality they talking about right now.
That their every act was dictated by their subconscious because of their upbringing and their genetics. There was no way in the cosmic epic that they were going to do anything else. Well, I don't know if that's true, but even if it is, we have to act as if it were not.
Thanks for that information, Spooky Bet here. Yeah, we've all been trying to figure out what's going on with Kent Hovind. I knew he was going to just come up on one of his other channels. He has like 3 other channels, and he's always making new channels. But yeah, maybe if we get through this in decent time, we'll revisit the beginning of that and see if we get some more answers about Kent Hovind, or we'll revisit it later. But yeah, thank you for that information. Matter of fact, if you got a link to that stream or something, that'd be great, or I'll try to pull it up. Yeah, we'll get to that. Thank you.
Legal fiction, or everybody's dead pretty soon.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I lean deterministic, but I come from the point of view that we don't know what effect and what all the causes and effects, and we have to act
Blaster
like,
Master. That's what we're trying to find out.
What we say makes a difference and change the future. I want to bring up another one that a lot of people would view as racist, thing that you said. Here's a thought. If the Supreme Court forces the Washington Redskins to change their name, I propose the Savages.
Yeah, I tell you, that just, what they took from that is funnier than my attempt at a joke. My point is to say, oh, you don't like Redskins? Well, how about this? I mean, it's like, it's just as stupid. Nobody would do that, but Redskins isn't savages. It's just a joke. And some people, especially the social justice people, have no sense of humor and can't recognize a joke when they hear it.
Yeah, well,
no, they can recognize a bad joke when they hear it. They can exercise a racist joke when they hear it. Notice there was no LOL or LMAO or crying face emoji. Notice people weren't responding to it as though it was a joke. Notice these motherfuckers, I hate to say this, but white guys, you're in the position of privilege. Would you grow a pair already? I mean, seriously? Would you fucking grow a pair already? You know? These guys just own it. They can't own shit they say. They all want to be spicy. They all want to be saucy. They all want to show how much fucking flavor they got. They always got something. They always want to jump in the conversation. Robert Price, shut the fuck up. All you had to say was nothing. All you had to say was nothing. You throw your hat into the ring deliberately because you want to make a saucy fucking comment. You want to trigger people. You want to say something provocative. And then you get the fucking feedback. Yeah, that was some racist bullshit you just said. You're an ass. Now all of a sudden, it's just a joke. And the problem isn't, man, you suck at telling jokes, or why you had to tell a racist joke. You know, I got to be honest with you. I'm an ESPN, I'm a sports guy, right? So, in this whole debacle about the Redskins changing their name, there was a whole bunch of jokes. I don't remember any of them being racist. Again, why? Most people have the awareness of mind, the social skills, their emotional and social IQ isn't so low that they don't recognize if we're going to change the name of a franchise because it's culturally or racially problematic, you probably don't want to make racially and culturally problematic jokes around that topic. Right? So most of the jokes just had to deal with, Washington football teams, the stupid name, or, silly names people could come up with for them. Mostly people just wanted to rip at the owner, right? The whole thing in this whole story is the team should have been renamed a long time ago. The team sucks. Everybody hates the owner. So most of the jokes were, or is renaming them going to make them any better, right? Because they just were no fucking good, right? All this type of shit. So what drives me crazy is the cowardice that you want to be spicy, you want to nod your head, you want to get all up in people's faces, but then when you get the blowback, all of a sudden you're just joking because you can't really handle pushback. So then stay the fuck out. Don't get in the boxing ring and then be surprised when motherfuckers throw punches at you. But on top of that, Robert Price, this is your reputation, bro. So I'm not buying it because I'm sorry. I have one of two things to believe. I have to believe Robert Price really is super bigoted like that, which I have to admit to y'all is better than the alternative. Because the alternative is that Robert Price really is a moron. And we need to look into his background. We need to question his scholarship. We need to question, and we got to question his competency. We really do. Because here's what most people know. If you have a reputation that's developing around you for racially problematic statements, your ass don't need to be playing with that fire. And again, if you don't know, I don't believe for a second that he does not understand the problematic way the term savages has been used with respect to both Native and people of color. And it plays right into the racist stereotypes of America, right? They took this land from the savage natives who were fighting amongst themselves, and they brought civilization and peace through Thanksgiving and all of this bullshit. And the same thing they tell about slavery. They went over and they had to get the savages and teach them the Christian way and bring them under the heel of American Jesus and democracy, and now all of this shit. He knows this history. He knows it. 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 He knows that 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 he knows. Okay? So Robert Price, you can lie to yourself. You can't lie to me, bruh.
So what you're saying is you were like Chris Rock that day.
You were like
Exactly.
Chris Rock that day. Yeah, you just told a
ever
bad
heard
joke
what
and got
Chris
slapped
Rock
for it.
says about N-word people? He says, oh, he believes that there are N-word people, but that's okay. He doesn't like them either, because that refers to a particular kind of slovenly gang drug kind of thing that he despises. He transcends it. Are they going to dare to call him a racist? Lucky him, no, because that would mean we'd have to admit that a fellow African American did something wrong, and we know by definition that is impossible.
Well, yeah, they define racism differently. I don't know how to describe who they are, but some people define racism as that it's impossible to be a person of color and be racist.
Yeah, that's absurd.
That's not at all what people say. People say racism is prejudice plus power. And so they say black people are not racist towards white people. They say black people can be prejudiced towards white people, but that prejudice does not enable black people to exclude white people from participation in society. It does not subject them to a violent and unnecessary death at the hands of black police officers. It does not, so the power piece is missing. And anybody who says that honestly will be very clear about that. So for you to sit up here and say, they say black people can't be racist, they say black people can't do anything, just awful. And they know better. This is going to be interesting tomorrow. Because I think the only way we walk away from that conversation tomorrow with Bob Price with any sense of satisfaction is if we're talking to a Bob Price who is very different than the Bob Price I'm seeing right now. And the Bob Price that we need to see would have a very hard time sitting through this interview with PineCreek. But I think PineCreek is a malignant racist. Not a benign one. A malignant racist. I think he's a bad dude. And I think this right here was almost him trying to use his channel to elevate Robert Price and all this, to say, no, you guys don't get it. Not only is Bob Price not the racist here, Bob Price is the victim. Bob Price is the victim of this woke leftist mob on social media and all you social justice warriors who won't leave this poor man alone when all he's doing is stating facts.
I mean, look at the attacks that leveled against other races, Orientals, when black thugs, which are not synonymous terms, start attacking Orientals or Asians, whatever you want to call them, in the street.
Yeah, Lena, I got to give you that too. Like, that was, there's so much here, but I should have said a little bit more about the Chris Rock thing. I actually really like Chris Rock's routine. Maybe we'll check it out sometime in Gather. I think it's like a premium channel thing. I'm pretty sure it might get the stream canceled if I play it. But again, it's a black comedian. Black comedians make all types of jokes about race and, different types of black people, difference between black and white people. And again, it's he's trying to make the point where, it's okay for Chris Rock to say, well, yeah, we all know it's okay for black people to use the N-word. It isn't okay for white people to do it. Grow the fuck up and get over it. It's called being part of an in-group versus not part of an in-group. But on top of that, again, he's now trying to throw Chris Rock under the bus. Bro, Chris Rock wouldn't agree with shit you said. Chris Rock would not agree with your analysis about the word thug. Chris Rock would not agree that your statements were not problematic. All Chris Rock was saying is he doesn't like the fact that white people calling everybody the N-word really doesn't distinguish. And again, this was from a time before we were having this conversation. So I'm 100% sure Chris Rock's tone and his attitudes and his content and his routine have changed along with the times. This is what we mean about these people refusing to take in new information. We're all having a different conversation than we were in the early 2000s or whenever it was. I was a fucking kid, I think, when this Chris Rock routine that he's coming up. I mean, this is a long time ago. And again, to make that your social commentary should be okay because you can compare it to something of a black comedian said is awful. And again, Lena's totally right about this hill that they want to die on, about the right to call us thugs and N-words and all of this. And they just can't muster the strength to be anti-racist.
That's not racism? I mean, maybe it's just a random target. Who knows? Maybe they're literally colorblind, but I doubt it. Obviously. Look at the Nation of Islam.
Yeah, exactly. He wasn't quote farming Neil deGrasse Tyson. He goes for Chris Rock.
Degenerated proto-humans that Allah created people black, but the mad scientist Dr. Yaqub had managed to create subhumans, and the lighter the shade, the more primitive they were, and that's not racism. The group you don't like is not even human. I mean, the Nazis said that. There were Nazi theoreticians that said, you want to know where blacks came from? Adam and Eve mated with apes. You're insane. And that is racist, but that's what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said too. He just had a different target.
I don't know the context of this. Someone just sent it to me, or I copied and pasted from somewhere in a quick preparation for today. But maybe you can help me what the context it is. Let's fast forward to today when I learned that the anthology had been canceled because several of the contributing authors withdrew their work because they didn't want to be associated with Price's introduction. My uninformed gut reaction was to be angry at the authors. Is this just another example of folks getting angry, of off-color humor? Then he goes on to say, let's look at just one page. Commenting on the Me Too movement, Price states, the continuous false rape accusations are seeking to make masculinity, even natural male interest in women, into a rape culture. He moves on to a Ponce about pornography. I long have puzzled at the feminist hatred of pornography. It reduces women to sex objects. Absurd. It's simply highlighting an aspect of beautiful women. And then he moves on to the politics of gendered language. Many of the progressives want to replace he, she, his, her, him with gender-neutral language so as to promote the illusion that the gender is a matter of social construction. And this is only one page. At this point, I was wondering, excuse the harsh language, what the F does this have to do with sword and sorcery? So tell me what this is about. You wrote an intro to something to
Yes, this was
All of this is fucking wrong, bro. Look, if you want to bring up Me Too, and the first thing you want to talk about is women making false allegations to create a rape culture, to criminalize male sexual interests. This is on par with Lupin's theory that the Las Vegas shootings were a conspiracy theory between the FBI and the CIA under control of the deep state left because the left wanted to push gun control. Left wants to push gun control. God damn, we're not getting enough traction with this gun control stuff. I know what we'll do. Let's shoot up a whole bunch of white people at a country music concert. That ought to get them serious about gun control. This is what he's arguing here. Really, it's all a conspiracy to make false rape allegations so that we can have this attack on masculinity. I mean, bro, yeah, they should have threw you all the way under the bus for that, and I'm kind of glad they did. Yeah, I wouldn't want to publish with this motherfucker. Are you serious? Academics take their reputation seriously. It's our cachet. It's our calling card. You know, when we speak to what we publish, where we publish, who we publish with, and the quality of work we do, that's how people decide whether or not they want to pay us, whether or not we get promotion, whether or not we get tenure, whether or not we get the teaching assignments we want, whether or not they tell grad students that we're good people to work with. Now, if I published some of my work and the introduction has some misogynist ass language like this, again, in the middle of the Me Too movement, in the middle of this historic effort to try to curtail domestic violence and violence against women. Hell yeah, I'm pulling my shit. Are you crazy? You think I want to deal with the fucking fallout of publishing alongside this asshole the rest of my career? You think I want to spend the rest of my days responding to how my article buried somewhere in this book has nothing to do with the first thing people read when they pick up the book, which is his weaponized ass introduction? Bob, this is crazy, man. I forgot how bad some of this shit was, y'all. Also, I think maybe I was late to the stream or something, but man, there's a lot here. Yeah, it could be that bad, man. Also, like, I'm sick of this, y'all. Can we stop talking about the progressives are on this, trying to die on this hill of fucking removing gendered language to use more inclusive language? Really, conservatives? That's your fucking problem? One of the proud things I'm proud of my GTA MC for is like, I consider the GTA motorcycle club world to be the bottom of the barrel as far as social interactions. If you want to build community on a game, good luck. If you decide to make GTA the game you build community on, you are asking to be in a toxic community. I mean, come on, are we serious? I mean, it's just nonstop trash talking from 12-year-olds telling you to delete your account. I mean, it's almost like people go out of their way to be toxic in gaming communities. But nevertheless, you know, our community had this, our club had this thing where, you know, our clubs, we call it the 3 meanings of the club, but it's like our 3 central values. It was always brotherhood, loyalty, and respect. Now, if y'all look up the term brotherhood is actually a gender inclusive term, like fraternity. If you have an all-male, you know, organization of students, you call it a fraternity. If you have an all-female, you know, similar group, you call it a sorority, right? But if it's a co-ed group, you don't call it a fraternity/sorority, you just call it a fraternity. So brotherhood can be used inclusively, right? It's not inherently a sexist term. Nevertheless, we have female members and female officers, and they were saying weird stuff like, we'd ask them, what are 3 meanings of the club? They'd say brotherhood and sisterhood, loyalty and respect. And just a couple of things like that. And so I came to my club one day and I was like, look, y'all, this is awkward. Like, it's just awkward language. You know, brotherhood is technically inclusive, but it's not the most inclusive term we could be. Could we just change that to be like family, loyalty, and respect? I thought about it, and I figure family communicates the same thing. It's explicitly gender neutral, and it'll stop from our non-male members having to, you know, have these awkward rundowns where they're adding stuff that doesn't need to be there. They're working harder than they need to be. And everybody was like, yeah. We voted on it right away. I said, let's take a week on. You know, I don't want to just, you know, it's a change to the rules. So everybody take a week on it. We'll vote on it next week. We came back the next week, unanimous. Everybody's like, sure. Who gives a fuck? And it's been better ever since. Now every time we ask what's 3 meanings club, people say family, loyalty, and respect. Who cares? Yeah, we're gonna put in some effort to be as inclusive as possible. That's where the world is at right now, old man. What's your problem? And it's not a progressive thing. It's not even a liberal thing. Y'all want to know who's made sure their language is more inclusive? Y'all want to know who's leading the charge in gender inclusive language? Biblical interpreters. If you look up the NRSV or the ESV, some of these new standardized versions of the Bible, whether they're for congregational use, devotional use, scholarly use, they've literally gone through the entire Bible and figured out where it's addressing the people and there's no need to use a gendered pronoun or gender term, and they can replace it with a gender neutral one. They've actually gone ahead and done so. Huge efforts to literally rewrite the Bible so that it's more inclusive. And biblical scholars have realized you can completely rewrite the Bible, make it as gender inclusive as possible, where gendered language isn't necessary, and you will not lose the meaning, the beauty, the scholastic depth, none of that. There ain't none of them worries. So for them to be acting like, oh, it's these social justice warriors who hate pronouns. First off, we don't hate gendered language. I tell people all the time, I'm a male. I see myself as a male. I don't see myself as agendered, genderless, or I see myself as a dude. So you could refer to me as he, him, his, all of that. Other people tell me they prefer she, her pronouns. Guess what I use? She, her pronouns. Other people say they like they, them. We go with they, them. And if I don't know which pronoun somebody prefers, I use they, them because it's naturally easier and inclusive. That's all this is. That's all this is. And this is something to fight about. This is something to write against. And then to tie it to pornography. And then tie that to the Me Too movement, bro. This is like a super sandwich of misogyny right here. This is like, yeah, bro. People don't want to go along with that. That's just the realities of the situation. I hope he can, Derek. I don't know, bro, but I appreciate you, Derek. Thanks so much for coming through. Also, I hope people. I know you had a stream with Neil today. I'm so glad you came through afterwards. But I hope people do check that out because I'd be interested to what you guys had to say. I think it's something that's relevant. Let me pull that up real quick while I play this.
It was my anthology. I edit fiction anthologies, horror, epic fantasy, things like that. And write it also. This was the introduction to a book called Flashing Swords, a continuation of Lynn Carter's 1970s series of sword and sorcery anthologies. And the reason that I went into this was, like, people faulted me for not just having a typical introduction that says, you're going to like these stories because they're good stories.
All right, I think we might check this out later and gather. A lot of times we watch shows and we're always looking for great TV shows. Also, I noticed that Spooky Bed here did send me the Kent Hovind video on Discord. We'll pull that up. But I want to drop this link to you guys in the live chat. Neil called me and told me about this, and I told him, unfortunately, we're going to have to probably overlap our streams just because I knew it was going to take me so long to get through reviewing this PineCreek stream, and I want to make sure I do that before tomorrow. And I don't want it to be too crazy late, so I just had to get to it. But the stream that I just linked to is the one Derek and Neil were on called What Makes Christianity Fascinating Without Faith? A Dialogue. I actually think that's a conversation I really want to hear. Because I think a lot of us are in that boat too, right? I always tease you guys, we're Bible nerds, we're philosophy nerds. A lot of us are atheists, but we're still Bible nerds. So let's check that out. If you're going to watch it with us and gather, you can just kind of hang out and we'll check it out together. But if you're not part of the Gather crew, I highly recommend checking that out when you get a chance and show them some support over there.
Needs that. I said, let me tell you why this is more than just escapist literature. By sword and sorcery, I mean like Conan the Barbarian and stuff like that. The reason
Nady, I'm glad you caught it. Thanks for the recommendation.
Is this movement toward demasculinizing men. And in effect, saying all masculinity is toxic masculinity. I've read enough feminist theologians and secular feminist theoreticians to know that. And I mentioned several of these books, in fact, in the introduction. And I say that this is a big mistake. You're making kids into sissies. Boys can't bang, play cowboy and Indian anymore because that's too much like actually murdering somebody. You gotta be kidding. Don't you realize what kind of world these kids will grow up in? They need the masculine virtues and the feminine virtues.
You see, I'll stop you here. I just want to say I was raised Mennonite, pacifistic, and even we played cops and robbers as kids and with big guns and stuff. But anyhow, go on.
First off, this is so weird, right? That they, in a sense, want to argue against these idea of gender being socially constructed, but then they want to decry us not socially constructing gender anymore. Right? It's so weird. It's like, wait, but I thought gender's not a social construct. So why do we need boys to play with cowboys and girls to play with dolls if they'll be fine anyway? Okay, so a little bit of horseshit right there. But another thing is, again, Uncle Bobby always says this, we're not having the same conversations. I guess maybe some people are telling their children, they're questioning the violent choices that children make in their play. This is not a new phenomena. Okay, when I grew up, I had a bow and arrow. Okay, I lived in the Poconos. I lived in an area where fishing and hunting were ways of life. Okay, but my grandmother, being very religious and coming from a family of ministers, did not want me playing with guns. So my parents buying me a gun to learn how to hunt was out of the fucking question, which is why I had a bow and arrow and a target in my backyard to shoot that bow and arrow at. Now, I don't know, but I gotta be honest with you, I never felt drastic falling off of my testosterone levels because I was playing with a bow and arrow rather than a gun. But again, a way to make yourself just seem like an out-of-touch boomer. I can tell you right now, Derek's favorite game is Call of Duty. Not a big secret. One of Lita's favorite games is COD Mobile. People are winning millions of dollars playing to Olympic fucking soccer stadiums filled with people there to watch them play fucking Fortnite, a game in which you literally run around building forts and killing your opponents. I don't think there's ever been an era where we've had so many violent video games find so much success. So who is this woke mob that is not letting their children play any video games? That is, and if you see that happening, is it really the left? Because a bunch of right-wing conservatives are people who want you to be pacifist and don't want you to kill anybody, and they think you shouldn't be playing with guns and thou shalt not murder and all of this type of shit. So is this really a thing? And again, is it really a problem? And this is the issue that they bring to us. Masculine virtue? So if kids run around, they can't play cowboys and Indians, which, by the way, they shouldn't be playing cowboys and Indians. Do you not realize the racist problems right there? Like, again, these guys just keep telling on themselves. Hey, I'm here to defend how I'm not a racist, but man, don't you really miss the good old days when we could run around shooting Indians with guns? Yeah, don't remember the days when we just find the darkest kid, tell them you're the Indians, we're the cowboys. Now you run and we're gonna run after you and shoot you. This is fun, man. And these kids, man, if they don't play cowboys and Indians more, they can't be real men. How are you gonna get a fucking prom date if you didn't spend your formative years pretending that you're reclaiming the American West from the natives? I mean, it's an American rite of passage. I don't even think your voice deepens or your balls drop if you don't pretend to genocide Indians on the weekends with your buddies. Outrageous. Yeah, right. You got to play cops and robbers, and they wonder why we have so many damn problems with the police. Nah, kid, I'm going to switch this up. You want some new masculine virtue? Play some fucking sports, kid. Go play a goddamn game, kid. Go read a fucking book. That's the new masculine virtue. From now on, ladies, I need you to help me, ladies. I need you to stop swooning for motherfuckers that are bragging about the gauge of their shotguns and start getting with the guys who grasp and talk about their gauge on, I don't know, the fucking classic literature or some shit. Read a fucking book is the point, okay? Oh my goodness. Nobody's ever I'm done with that. Let's just go. Oh my Lord.
You were saying that that the reason why you put this in is because you wanted Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, a return to masculine virtue and the inculcation of it, uh, rather than having a drive toward a unisex model in which there is one sex and it's
Nobody's
female,
driving.
that men
Oh
should all
Lord,
be
no,
like women and everything would be fine because
nope,
all the world's ills come
nope,
from masculinity,
nope.
patriarchy, and so on. Well, there's a lot of
Nobody says this. This is not the conversation about toxic masculinity. Can you find a crazy person that'll say that? You can find a crazy person to say anything. But go to college, okay? Take a class with a sociologist. Take a feminism class. I've taken feminism classes. You do talk about masculinity. You do talk about pornography. Okay, you talk about all of these things, but none of them in this context. No, nobody says that toxic masculinity is everything a man does. Nobody sees a picture of a grown-ass man having tea time with his daughters, dollhouse intact, and being like, what a sissy. What a fucking sissy. Sitting around drinking tea with a bunch of girls. Nobody says that. We're all like, wow, father of the year right there. What a great dad. Yeah. That's what I think a real man does. I think of Uncle Bobby, Uncle Bobby doesn't have kids, but Uncle Bobby made it clear. If I got a trans kid, my kid comes to me, and normally I like to wear matching outfits with my kid because I want to make my kid feel cool. Oh, kid, do you want to wear a Spider-Man t-shirt? Yeah, cool. I got myself a Spider-Man sweatshirt. Oh, you want to go see that Spider-Man movie in our Spider-Man outfits? Yeah, you do? That sounds like a great idea, kid. Let's go. Right? Now my kid comes to me and is like, yo, I want to dress like Elsa and I want to wear a really pretty dress. I'm like, cool. Do you want to go see the new Disney princess movie? Let me give me a minute. We got to stop at the store. I'm going to get a dress too and rock my dress like yours. What seems to be the problem? What? If I'm going to try to be like my kid and make my kid feel like the coolest kid on the earth because they're presenting consistent with the sex they were assigned at birth, cool, I'm gonna do that. And if my kid decides to present atypical, it's no longer atypical. That becomes the new norm in our house. In our house, that is typical, right? So what seems to be the problem? Again, they're selling us this narrative where they're creating a problem that they have the cure for, and the problem isn't even the way they make it out to be. To be honest with you, if I'm going to give you my 100% opinion on this, it's the conservatives that are reinforcing this toxic masculinity bullshit. Right? Was Andrew Tate a hero of the left? Fuck no. He was a hero of the right. It's the right that's bragging about their cars. And was President grab him by the pussy? Was that Bernie Sanders? No, it was fuckface Donald Trump. So what do you mean? No, fuck no.
Awful stuff that has been done in the name of that. Luckily, we're beginning to evolve beyond it, but the solution is not to go all the way to the opposite extreme.
What's up, Kelly?
So I'm saying a good thing to do with your kids in part of their education is to have them read Robert E. Howard, the Conan stories, Edgar Rice Burroughs, John Carter of Mars, Tarzan, Doc Savage, and so forth. These show noble, resourceful, strong men who have regard for strong women. They're brawny, but emphasize brain over brawn. I mean, they're very good things for kids to read, so boys don't grow up just to be limp-wristed sissies. And that, again, has nothing to do with sexual orientation, right? Let's not paint everybody with the same brush on that. It has nothing to do with gay straight issues. It just has to do with masculinity and femininity, each of which is great. And I hate to see either one of them subsumed in the other.
Yeah, like these feminists that you've read, do they say that all masculinity is bad?
Yeah, I've read, not every one, of course, but I've read various ones like Shulamith Firestone, The Dialectic of Sex. Can't think of this woman's name, but I Bitch, and various others. Not all feminists. I mean, everybody draws distinctions, which wave of feminism you're part of. But you do constantly hear in reading in this field claims that it's all bad. There is war, for instance, only because men have been in charge. And so we got to take the gun out of the hands of the chimp. And I just think that, yeah, to a great degree, that's true. But it's because, as with everything, it took people an awful long time to become enlightened. That doesn't mean everything they did was wrong. And as with the trans thing, I have always, when on the rare occasions I've addressed this, I've said, I take people as they come. I don't care what they are. I have friends who are gay, straight, Satanist, traditional Roman Catholic, Moonies, communists, people that think Marx didn't go far enough. I love that. The more diverse, the better. I have friends who are Africans.
But would you, with trans people, with trans people, would you, if they wanted to be referred to as a certain pronoun, would you do it?
No, I'm afraid I will not let people tell me what to say.
A couple things people need to hear. And hashtag not all white people, but my white fam, I need y'all especially to listen up to this. I will never win the one-legged foot race to the top of Mount Tolerance. I am incredibly unimpressed when you tell me the diversity of your social circle. Because at some point, you start to sound like somebody who just doesn't stand for anything. And at some point, I hear a person just basically saying, I sit down with the racist and the people of color just the same. Oh, I sit down with the LGBTQ advocates and the anti-LGBTQ people just the same. Part of being in a position of privilege is that you're comfortable. It means that the issues don't affect you the way they affect other people. Now, that's not your fault. I'm not suggesting you go out and get poor so that you know what hard times feel like. But what you gotta understand is that's how people perceive it. Privilege comes with a certain amount of dispassion. You can play everything out at arm's length. You know, nobody's beating down your door anytime soon. And so it really gives you this false sense that you're helping the world or you're pointing to a future because you'll just tolerate everything. Everybody's got their own opinion, and at the end of the day, we just agree to disagree and we go home. I'm just here to tell you it doesn't work for most people. If you're going to tell me, oh yeah, I'm down with the, because this is the problem, right? He can't be anti-racist because he's got too many conservative allegiances. When you've got too many allegiances to the people who are doing the racism, doing the bigotry, doing the sexism, doing the transphobia and the homophobia, they cut your ability to act as a change agent off at the balls. And you see it right here. Simple question. He's bragging. I got black friends. I got LGBT friends. I got socialist friends. I got capitalist friends. Okay, cool. Well, then will you call people by their preferred pronouns? Oh, well, I can't be told what to say. Da, 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 da. All right. You're Jordan Peterson. You're Jordan Peterson, the person who is unapologetically unwilling to consider other people's needs. Cameron Bennett, we 100% with you. Absolutely disgusting. And he brought up trans. We weren't even talking about that. Another great point, Cameron. He talked about all this sexism stuff when we was really talking about race. They're all over the place, but they're never addressing the problems with Price's speech. Always giving Bob Price the opportunity to take the floor and talk about something else. And then anytime we get Robert Price into a corner, we got him to a point where we were realizing there's an issue with, the thug thing and the race thing. And as soon as Doug got to the point of, well, people have noticed that you didn't use thug in these other situations and you only use it. Well, let it go on another rant, and then we'll talk about sex. Well, we finally get some pushback on sex things up. Let's go on another rant. Now let's talk about trans. So, yeah. Yeah, really, really disappointing. Let me also say this. If you have not seen the shows we did on Sunday, please check them out. The Blackout at 1 p.m. Eastern. Uncle Bobby and I had Lena on. We also had a really meaningful conversation with Nitty at the end of that stream. Nitty spoke to growing up with the trans parent in a really, really powerful way that you ought to see. I think he put some of that on his channel. So if you want to see all of it, come check it out on my channel. But if you just want to even see just Nitty's bit, go over to his channel and check that out. He re-uploaded that and gave some more commentary. And then at 3:30 on Hot Program, we had Stephanie Helms on. And, I stream daily. We're trying to grow the community in different directions, especially having more fun, doing more gaming together, just community building. But in an effort to grow the channel and try to get, more growth and bring more people in, I've really taken on trying to do meaningful shows. I hope that this whole experience we're having right now is people seeing that we're trying to prepare for our conversation with Bob Price tomorrow in a meaningful way. We want that to be a meaningful conversation. I take that opportunity seriously. Neil said, you want to talk to Bob Price? I said, sure, but I don't want to just show up and talk to him and rage on him. I want to revisit it. I want to do my homework. I want to refresh my memory about what's going on. I want to be able to make it a meaningful conversation based on meaningful preparation. In Sunday, I felt like we did really meaningful shows. A couple weeks ago, we did the whole thing on battered spouse syndrome in faith. That was really meaningful. But this Sunday was probably one of the most meaningful days we've had on stream. So if you haven't checked it out, please do, because we're hearing from our community in their own voices, telling their own stories. But we also watched two movies. One is called Cowboys from 2020, and the other is called Gun Hill Road from 2011. And there's a reason I brought this up. These movies are really powerful. And I don't want to be that person that's like, hey, watch the movie, pop culture. But look, a lot of times we lack perspective. We don't have enough LGBT people in our community. We just don't. Some of that's the lack of diversity in our community. Some of that's their low numbers in the population overall. You put those two things together, we just have a serious lack of representation here. So we rely on the voices we have. But if you don't have access to those voices and you can't refer to those voices all the time, sometimes a good movie can go a long way, because it can tell you a story that humanizes an issue in a way that allows you to think about it with something more approximating a firsthand perspective. you know, you get to, for those couple hours, walk a mile in somebody else's shoes. So we don't ever want to allow movies to represent the experience of a people because it's a fucking film. But man, those films were really good. And one of the things that I think everyone will take away from those films, and hopefully away from our conversations on Sunday, is that this is a really serious issue. And this thing that seems small of a pronoun. No, somebody's license was born a he, and I look at them and I see somebody looks like a boy, I'm going to say he. Man, you got to get an education. You got to get an education. If you misgender somebody because you didn't know, they didn't tell you, or you made a mistake, my experience is that most people in that community are totally understanding. They're like, hey, it's no big deal. It happens, you know? But this notion of, they bring it to your attention, they make it very clear what they prefer to be called, and you just refuse to do it, you're an insufferable asshole. You watch those movies, you listen to these stories, and you recognize people have been misgendered their whole fucking lives. By everyone. Including their own fucking parents. You know, when that young person sits you down in the car and they say, I'm a boy, that's why I don't wear fucking dresses. That's it. They're a boy, that's why they don't wear fucking dresses. Period, end of story. Don't ever refer to them as your daughter again. Don't ever use female pronouns again. And if that child doesn't wear fucking dresses anymore, don't you dare put that child in a fucking dress. People have been doing this forever. My legal name is Jason Bundy. When I was growing up, my mom was married to Jesse Harris. And so even though legally my name was always Jason Bundy, I wanted everyone to call me Jason Harris. I was part of the Harris family. I lived in the Harris household. My mom was Wanda Harris. My stepdad was Jesse Harris. I want everybody to call me Jason Harris. Guess what motherfuckers did? They called me Jason Harris because I told them that was my name, and that's what they used. At some point, I got a nickname based on the book called The Moves Make the Man. The star of The Moves Make the Man. He's a black guy. They call him Jay. His name is Fox. They call him the J Fox. Since I was the only black kid in my school and I played basketball, people started calling me the J Fox. Eventually, the nickname stuck. People kept calling me Fox. Eventually, some of my friends started referring to me as Jay, right? So people don't realize that. That's the reason Jay, I spelled Jay with a Y, J-A-Y, instead of the letter J. It's because it's a name. J-A-Y is a name. The letter J is just a fucking letter. And J-A-Y is actually short for J Fox. That's why my nickname is Jay. What is the point? Everybody fucking called me Jay. When I said, yo, I'm Fox, when people started calling me J Fox, I was like, nah, it's Fox. Just Fox is cool. Just Fox is cool. Literally, everyone called me Fox. My name wasn't Fox. It had legally changed to Fox. I didn't have any fucking documents that said Fox on it. All I said is call me Fox. Motherfuckers were calling me Fox. I switched it up, said call me Jay. Motherfuckers were calling me Jay. My colleagues, my students, they all call me Jay. Senior year, my parents got divorced. My mom, my stepdad got divorced. All of a sudden, I wanted to go back to Jason Bundy. I remember the first time to announce the principal or somebody called me to the office. Jason Bundy, can you please report to the principal's office? Jason Bundy to the office. Motherfuckers were literally looking around at me like, who the fuck is Jason Bundy? Jay, what are they talking about? And I told them straight up, yeah, my parents are getting divorced. I'm going back to using my legal name, which is Jason Bundy. Guess what? From that moment on, everybody called me Jason Bundy. So why is it that only trans people seem to have such a hard time getting people to call them what they want to be called? It doesn't make any, we don't do this to anybody else. We don't do this to no, somebody's name is Jennifer, they say call me Jen, you will almost hardly never call them Jennifer ever again. It's really not that hard. But trust me, it's so much more than that. Because of course, I'm just, like you said, I'm just talking about a nickname. I'm just talking about minor details to the name change, okay? And literally, I'm not offended if somebody calls me Jason Harris. And I'm not offended if somebody gets my name wrong. I'm not offended if somebody uses the letter J instead of J-A-Y. I will correct them. But of course, I'm not offended. Because it doesn't hurt. But if you understand the stories of trans people being called that gender that they don't identify with is like cutting them. It is like cutting them to the core of who they are. They look in the mirror, they see a she and a her, and they tell you that, and you refuse and you keep calling them him? No, you're an asshole. And this has been done to them their whole lives. That's why you got to see the movies. You got to see the parents struggle with it. To imagine your kid comes to you and says, "I'm your daughter now. This is who I am. This is my new truth." And you just rail, "My son, my son, my son. I gave you my name, my son, my son, my son." Nah, y'all. Nah, Robert, you're wrong. You're wrong. It's not a demand. People can't tell you what to say. But if you refuse to call people what they ask you to be called, it is an act of hatred. And it exposes those people to incredible amounts of pain. You re-victimize them every single time you do it. Which is why if you do it accidentally, you need to sincerely apologize. But for the most part, they are so used to people doing this to them on purpose, being malicious about it, that they're not sitting here trying to write letters of complaint to your boss because you slipped up and used the wrong gender once. But this refusal to respect people enough to call them what they asked to be called, none of us should stand for this. None of us should stand for this. Let me be very clear. Misgendering somebody to me is just as bad or worse than calling a black person the N-word. It is the same thing. It is the same type of dehumanization through language that we need to have zero tolerance for. Zero tolerance for. It is a huge deal. And I'm only spending so much time lingering on it now because as a result of the conversations we had on Sunday, as a result of watching the films that we watched on Sunday that I'm highly recommending to you guys. Cowboys from 2020, Gun Hill Road from 2011. Those movies helped me realize it's an even bigger deal than I thought. I was always on board. You never had to convince me. Somebody says they're she, her, you're good to go. You tell me you're he, him, you're good to go. You tell me you're they, them, you're good to go. If you're somebody says, I don't even like pronouns, I'd rather people just call me by my name as often as I can, I will simply just call you by your name. But after what I saw, I realized that it's so much more powerful than that. Also, quick note, I heard Jimmy Snow speak to this. A lot of us are willing to do this now. You know, we're willing to identify our preferred pronouns and stuff like that. But a lot of us haven't taken the step to do it ourselves, especially those of us that are like cis and all that. And I'm in the same boat. I don't have my pronouns in my email, and I don't always put them up on Zoom or something like that. But I want to share this point with you all, which is Jimmy Snow said it's kind of awkward for people in that situation where we only use our preferred pronouns and we only refer to our preferred pronouns when someone non-cis is around. And then they feel singled out because everyone has to change their behavior now because of their presence. And I just started thinking about this recently in the last couple weeks. And that also makes them feel singled out, right? Because everybody's doing something weird now just because they're here. And so it was a really strong case to say, let's just all do this. You know, let's just all become good with the idea of, you know, introducing ourselves, including our pronouns, being comfortable, let people know which pronouns you prefer. And it doesn't have to be a thing that the queer community does or is led by the queer community or we're doing it to acknowledge and include the queer community. Like, no, let's just do it. Let's make it normal. And then it's just normal. And then whether a queer person is around, doesn't matter. Whether a cis or trans person around, doesn't matter. Everybody feels like it's perfectly normal and expected that people are going to share their pronouns. And it has nothing to do with who's there or not there. I just think that since this came up, those were two really important points I wanted to make. Number one, it's a huge deal, and let's cut this conversation off. Let's stop all this. I'm not going to let you tell me what to say. You're not going to force me what to... No. Nope. Cut that off. Nope. Do not pass go with that bullshit. And then the second thing is, because of this, let's all consider normalizing this. And let's think of what other things we can normalize. Like I told you about the change from brotherhood to family. Let's seriously think about little changes we can make in our lives that would go a long way to helping people not feel singled out. That would cost us fucking nothing.
Okay.
But if they have made the transition and now say a man who does this like Bruce Jenner.
Absolutely, Jules. It's part of being an ally. Thanks
woman,
for the support, AR.
I'd say she in that case. But all of this stuff with where they start parsing it to the point where we supposedly have 150 genders.
Saper, that's a funny comment. Use
the right pronoun or you'll be fired or something. That is lunacy. But I respect people.
Nope, not lunacy. Not lunacy. I'm telling you right now, here's my stance as a faculty member. Let me find out a student told you this is my preferred pronouns and you didn't use it. Yeah, disciplinary action, 100%. 100%. Up to and including being fired, Jay? 100%. What seems to be the problem? What seems to be the fucking problem? Because I'm going to be honest with you. That's not how it goes. That is not how it goes. Here's how it goes. You have a student, they're like, yeah, I prefer to use she, her pronouns. And you refuse to. All right, you done already fucked up. You done already fucked up the first rule of teaching. It isn't about you, it's about your fucking students. I'm going to tell you real talk. When we sit around, faculty members, especially dealing with real teachers, what I mean by that, I mean people who don't just see teaching as some side thing to do when we're not doing research or whatever, but we really care about teaching. We're all on the same shit. If you make your students uncomfortable in the classroom, you're already distracting them. Imagine you're taking Robert Price's, New Testament history class, and he won't call you by the right fucking pronoun. When you get up in the morning, do you think students are focused on their reading that day? You think they're focused on what they're supposed to be learning? Or you think the student that's affected by that is having a little bit of animosity and an anxiety towards this class now because their professor won't call them by the right name? So yeah, absolutely. And so here's what will happen next. So now the student complains to the dean or the head of the department or something like that. So now we have a sit down. Hey Bob, look, I don't know if you noticed this, but look, we'll literally go then to the campus policies. We'll be like, bro, this campus has a no tolerance policy for discrimination against students. A student's gender and all that is considered a protected class. It's really important that you do, right? So we would give them the opportunity right there to correct it. No, you were wrong. It's really important you call your students what they asked you to be called. Blah, 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 blah. Now, what are most people going to say? Yeah, you know what, I kind of messed up. I was a little bit in the moment and I had a lot of whatever it is. We're saying we don't give a shit. You need to apologize to that student. And from now on, you call your students what they tell you they want to be called. Understood? Understood. Good. We're good to go. No. Okay. So what would happen next? If we couldn't get a person to correct and be an apology, what would they do then? They'd have them go to some sort of sensitivity training. Normally we got modules and we got fucking responsible conduct of research classes that you could take that'll tell you about this issue and what the importance is and what the statistics are. In other words, the university will take the opportunity to try to educate your ignorant ass. Now, again, if you refuse the correction from the student, you refuse the correction from the department, even when we tell you you're in violation of the university's policies, and then you refuse to take the corrective options offered to you by the university to maintain your employment in good standing, nigga, yes, you can and will face the possibility of being fired, and you will have no sympathy from fucking anyone because misgendering your students deliberately, above all else, makes you a bad fucking teacher who I don't want to be on faculty with.
Identity choices, and I see them as individuals. I don't. I remember once at a Lovecraft convention, a couple of people that liked my work came up to me and asked me to autograph a couple of my anthologies. These guys were
it's exactly the type of shit Jordan Peterson was dealing with. And he just refused to say he was sorry.
My reaction was one of
would rather grandstand and quit than take the class. Just absurd.
Compassion. I felt like these people are mine, like my parishioners or my family or something. They appreciate my work, and I appreciate them.
I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
I think of friends who are gay, and I've often said I would never want them to convert to being straight. It's integral to their personality.
Yeah, and so that means you call them what they choose to be called, bro. I'm gonna let it roll, but you can't let people get away with the doublespeak. I accept you as who you are, but I refuse to let you tell me what pronouns to call you. They don't go together. I accept you as you are means you tell me who you are. That's the only you I know. It's the only you I know. Again, I have a student could transition to me mid-semester. They could say, yeah, Jay, it turns out when I came to class on Thursday, I was John, but yeah, I didn't mention this, but earlier this week I had reassignment and I decided I'm having a big coming out. My new preferred pronouns are she, her, and instead of calling me John, I would prefer you call me Jennifer. I was like, oh, Jennifer, I'm so glad you're here. I hope everything went well. Anytime a student has any sort of serious thing going on in life, we always want you to know we're here for you. If you need to take some time away, or if we need to work on your assignments because we know you're going through some things, any way we could be supportive of you, you're good to go, Jennifer. And immediately we would change all the stuffs in the syllabus, all the stuff in their grades, all their emails. Like I would, somebody came to me and said, oh, you have a John in your class? I don't know what you're talking about. No, I don't have any Johns in my class. Like, just like that. Like, no, I don't have any. They go by Jennifer. Oh, Jennifer. Yeah. Jennifer's in my class. Yeah, I don't know who John is. That's how fast it could happen. You don't need my approval. You don't need to warm me up to it. I don't need to see you. You could literally be John yesterday, Jennifer today. I no longer know who John is. That's the only acceptable way to go.
I don't, I just, people are people to me. It's just that you also have to see the forest and not just the trees. And it seems to me that something is going wrong in our culture when suddenly you have a huge occurrence of young girls wanting to transition to male. Like it's almost never the other way around. And what is going on here? There's something wrong. I think this is a symptom of something bad in terms of society. I think it's becoming like what Weber or Durkheim, one of them, called anomie, a normless society where there are no shared values anymore, and such a society is very likely doomed, which I think ours very likely is.
Here's another thing that's very interesting about this whole thing. One of the right wing's favorite new buzzwords is alarmism. And what that is they want to take any issue that we raise concern about and say we're being alarmist. You know, we're like, hey, y'all need to stop violence against the LGBT community. They're dying. They're like, oh, you're being an alarmist. All right. Yeah, we're going to really need y'all to take your vaccines. We're in the middle of a pandemic. Oh, stop being such an alarmist. COVID's just like the flu. It'll go away. Yeah, so, you know, our democracy is in peril when the president is leading an insurrection and seems like our government is totally incapable of holding him accountable. Would you stop being an alarmist? That was just a little democratic protest. I mean, nobody was even going to hang Mike Pence for real. I mean, you guys, right? We're always being alarmist. But notice that they're constantly then flipping it around going, well, if you listen to the left, you're going to have a bunch of woke social justice warriors running around ending men and women, pushing us all towards this one race, one gender, which, by the way, will be female and brown, right? Right? And that society is doomed, right? Like, you know, you guys think global warming is a threat to our civilization. Wait till you get a load of these woke social justice warriors. They're going to end us faster than cancer. I mean, so, talk about sounding the alarm, right? So, you know, we're being alarmist because we're like, hey, we're pretty concerned about global warming. We might want to get serious about, you know, addressing this issue. Stop being an alarmist, right? But apparently insisting that professors call their students by the pronouns those adult students decide they want to be called by is going to lead us to a place where society is fucking doomed. But again, we're the alarmist.
But in the meantime, the individuals, bring them on. I love them.
Yeah, I have a similar attitude as you. My fear, this is my phobia,
right, says the
is
fear
that
mongers, exactly, Crystal.
Some young kids, let's say teenage years, like in my son's high school, if you come out as trans, you get a ton of love and attention. And sometimes I wonder if them transitioning is to get this love and attention.
No, stop right there. Okay. Now this is you know, a lot. We're trying to beat up on Robert Price here, but you know, there's a lot of problems with fuckface Doug, and Doug is obviously the one spoon feeding all this bullshit to Robert Price in this situation. But this is a straight Fox News talking point that the trans kid is going to come out of the closet because that is where they're going to get so much attention. And it really pisses me off because, like I said, this is a straight it's a straight Fox News talking point. And it really pisses me off. You will occasionally find a story of a trans teenager coming out, and I'm sure we can find some on social media or YouTube, and you will see a sort of raucous celebration erupt amongst their peers. This is merely young people who, you know, kids are trash. I always want to throw kids under the bus, but every once in a while, you got to remember kids are pretty cool, right? And this is an example of kids being pretty cool. kids recognize it's hard to be trans in our society. It's hard to feel accepted. It's hard to feel embraced. It's hard to feel celebrated. It's hard to feel warm. And so when these kids finally come out to their peers and say, hey, gang, I need to live my truth. And I haven't been living my truth with y'all, but today I need to start living my truth with you. Yeah, motherfucker, we should celebrate that. Nigga, the teacher needs to celebrate it. The principal needs to celebrate it. The fucking raggedy ass bully over there needs to be celebrated. All you lame ass kids that ain't got no real trauma in your life, y'all definitely need to be celebrating. And can we get this bitch a pizza party up in here? Can we get some pizza, some cake up in this motherfucker, please? What seems to be the problem? We celebrate kids for getting B's on spelling test, for having birthdays, for giving out them nasty ass chalky candies on Valentine's Day, for getting confirmed in their church, for being baptized in their church. Kids throw fucking party for anything. And now all of a sudden it's supposed to be some kind of problem that a young person finally feels the strength and the certitude to let their peers know something that they've been likely feeling the need to hide for years. Hell yeah, kids should be celebrating that. Hell yeah. And you know what? The day you come out as trans to your motherfucking friends, you should get all the goddamn attention from your friends that day. If you come out as trans to your friends and they ain't got shit to say about it, you need some new friends. Okay? Because people got to be with you. And so for them to take that and turn it against these communities and now suggest that somehow kids are going to be coming out as trans just so that a cute girl could look at them or so that they could get a cupcake or a pat on the back from their homies is monstrous. It is an absolute monstrous thing to say. And yeah, I'm going to just put it to you like this. They should be ashamed of themselves for entertaining that thought. You should 100,000% look in the mirror and feel a great sense of disappointment that you suggested that kids might come out as trans for the attention. Yeah, you should feel bad about saying that. And I ain't gonna lie to you. Yeah, shame has a place in life. It really does. Shame has a real role to play in a person's social, cognitive, and emotional development. And these two motherfuckers need to feel a little bit of that shame for having this conversation. Like the New Day would say, shame, shame, shame.
And it's not so much of a difference between gender and biology.
Yeah, I suspect so, because otherwise, why? I mean, it's a symptom of isolation, and it is correlated with, you can't demonstrate causation, I think, with all the internet bullying and the suicide that results from that. There's much more bullying going on, like on different fronts in different media.
Yeah, I'm curious how I'd react too.
It's always been a problem. And then this comes, especially when girls are criticized because they don't fit the fashion model stereotype. Well, it makes sense to me that they might say, well, I'm not really making it as a girl. Maybe I'll try something.
Again, ladies, holla at me. Any of y'all ever decided to change genders because you were having body image issues? I mean, and again, this is where I hate right-wing people, man. I hate right because they say just enough to make you aware that they're aware of the issues of the day, but they just refuse to take them seriously. Yeah, bro, you're right. You're absolutely right. Girls are facing all types of pressure now to fit a certain image, have a certain look, you know, have feet that are photograph worthy so that they could get crazy follows on Twitter or whatever the fuck it is. Okay. So can you tie that to some sort of meaningful thing we can do to encourage young people, in particular young women, I guess. I think, ask me, I think everybody has a fucked up self-image of themselves, and we all need a little bit of help in the self-esteem department. But sure, that pressure is especially felt by young non-male persons. Yeah, we with it. And I'll be telling people, man, ain't nothing wrong with you. Ain't nothing wrong with you. People don't like the way you look, tell them not to look at you. If they keep looking at you, it's on them. All right? But he don't have nothing to help kids get no better self-esteem. He don't got no type of program, initiative, or no type of ideas that's actually going to help people feel better about themselves. Instead, his concern is they're just going to wake up, decide, I don't like my self-image, can't be bothered with a makeover or a new fitness routine or a diet or, work with my family or a therapist or spending some time with my friends so I could just, feel valued and be reminded that I'm a lovely, wonderful person and people really love having me in their life, and I don't have to look like something out of some magazine to have value because people love me just the way I am. Nope. That's not what these people are concerned about. They're concerned them girls gonna wake up, decide, I don't got that cheerleader body type. Fuck it. I'm gonna just change genders today. Like, what a bunch of assholes.
Else, if I'm a boy, that's not going to matter. I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if that did. So is that immoral? Well,
yeah,
no.
Certainly self-expression
the only
won't work.
immoral part of the whole trans thing is when kids are actually indoctrinated by leftist teachers to say, well, maybe you ought to switch over, and so they have no business doing that, and
Again,
especially
I don't know what the hell I'm
suggesting
talking
medical
about.
procedures that may do permanent harm.
Yeah.
Which is why you have an unusual number of suicides among people who have transitioned, and various adults that say, I did that, boy, I wish I hadn't. And that doesn't mean everybody's going to do that. I don't think Bruce Jenner's likely to do it anytime soon. And it doesn't say anything about any individual you meet. It's just you got to see the forest and the trees and wonder what is going on here.
Yeah, I think it's very reasonable to say that if someone is considering transitioning, that they have access to people who have transitioned and regret it, and read those stories. I want to bring up another one here. This is about, if Black Lives matter so much, why don't their fathers want to be a part of it? We kind of touched on this already, but this is something you wrote, I think, right? Male children of such families have no male role models in the home and wind up getting anti-socialized by street gangs, channeling their burgeoning male energies into predation and savagery, the state of pre-civilization. No wonder they don't take school seriously, lacking discipline at home. And you go on. Did you write this?
Yeah, I can't take credit for the whatever that is, the meme or something like that, though I like
Again, male children from such families have no male role model in the home, wind up getting anti-socialized by street gangs, channeling their burgeoning male energies into predation and savagery, the state of pre-civilization. No wonder they don't take school seriously, lacking discipline at home. They don't miraculously start behaving when the school bell rings. Worse yet, they repudiate academic success and ridicule Black classmates who do strive for it. They think that to succeed is to act white. Where do they get this idea from? From the local Ku Klux Klan chapter? No, from self-appointed African-American demagogues like the Reverend Sharpton, who promote the notion that the white society is stacked against them. If you do manage to succeed, you must have brought into the white system, which makes you a race traitor. This is bizarre and perverse thinking, not to mention self-fulfilling prophecy. It is a system of racism, all right, but one created by the left. Again, it's a ruinous application of the vaunted law of attraction, and it worked. All right, first off, the law of attraction is bullshit, and you would imagine a counter-apologist knows that. And again, John McWhorter, Losing the Race, Self-Sabotage in Black America, written by John McWhorter. Like, again, a Black author talking about how there are cultural issues in the black community that sabotage black progress. Sure, nobody has a fucking problem with that. Like, absolutely. What you want to also add in there? Black people use drugs, and drugs are a problem for black communities, and I mean, this is all ridiculous. But notice the hypocrisy, and hopefully we'll get to more of the direct hypocrisy with the January 6th stuff. But lacking discipline at home, they don't miraculously start behaving when the school bell rings. Worse yet, they repudiate academic success and ridicule black classmates who strive for it. Any of y'all ever heard of YouTube creationists before? Any of you guys ever heard of apologists before? Who are apologists? Can some of y'all tell me in the chat that apologists are mostly black? Because I don't think they are. Can somebody tell me that the tinfoil hat brigade that stormed the Capitol on January 6th was mostly black people? No. But them people absolutely hate the truth. Those people absolutely ridicule academic success, repudiate academic success, and relocate people who strive for it. We literally have creationists tell us all the time, you one of them delusionist psychopaths that believes in Darwinism? The problem I have in America, why we have so many anti-vaxxers and anti-truthers and conspiracy theories, is because Americans are ignorant. And they avoid school like the plague. And then they don't go to college at all because they don't want to. And then they get online and make YouTube channels where they actually tear down the academics who did. This is a class thing. This is what poor people do. And they stay poor because when you're uneducated and then you have a culture that rejects academic success, which is what's needed for upward mobility, in a society that makes the upwardly mobile professions the ones that are gatekept by advanced degrees in higher education, then you create a cycle of oppression where uneducated people don't value education, don't pursue education, remain uneducated, and the cycle repeats itself generation after generation after generation after generation after generation after generation, and it is in no way, shape, or form unique to black people. So again, you just may have been stating facts, and you even may have, found a black author whose facts you can trumpet out. So now you can say, oh, I'm just, don't shoot me, I'm just a messenger. But I'm sure if I read this Losing the Race, Self-Sabotage in Black America, I'm sure that book would provide a lot of nuance and a lot of context and a lot of specifics about what they're talking about. And Bob Price skips over all of that so he can cherry pick a quote from a black author that seemingly throws black culture under the bus as though that were the author's intention. On top of that, he totally puts this in a way where if Black Lives Matter so much, why don't their fathers want to be a part of it? When the same issues he's talking about in the black community happen in all communities where people are poor and uneducated. And he doesn't mention that. He just picks on black people. That's why this is racist. I don't give a fuck if you have facts. I don't give a fuck if your facts come from black authors. If you are weaponizing black scholarship against black people in a way that is completely hypocritical and overlooks the same issues happening in non-communities of color, you're a racist asshole. And this behavior that we're watching with our own eyes on PineCreek is itself evidence of bigotry. This is it right here in front of you. So again, the good thing about him going on PineCreek, another conservative idiot's channel, is he felt comfortable to tell on himself. He felt safe enough with Doug that he could really speak his mind. And when he really spoke his mind, he gave up the ghost.
I just don't want to steal credit from whoever did come up with it. Let's see. I did write it, and it seems to me, again, that is obviously true. And what's so ironic is I am explicitly saying this is a result of bungled child rearing. It's
Ooh, YouTube punk. Pretty sure it's been shown that black fathers are more involved in their kids' lives, even if they're not married to the biological mother. That's a great stat. If you find it, please share. But certainly that was my experience. I always say my parents are model divorced parents. Whatever wasn't working out with their relationship wasn't working out, but they put their heads together and made sure that didn't affect me. And growing up my whole life, I had my cheering section. It would be, whoever my dad was with. He's had, different long-term partners over the years. Next to my dad, next to my mom, next to my stepdad, next to my grandparents, okay? And afterwards, everybody went out to eat together. And to this day, my father has the keys to my mother's parents' place. Right? My grandparents were always like, he's part of this family. He can be here anytime he needs to be. Right? So again, they go to their numbers of how many divorced, how many, the father, the dad's not technically in the house. And then they run with that shit like they know something about these people's lives. If anything, I would say I just had more parental support in life as I had a whole team. It wasn't just my mom and my dad. My stepdad raised me. My dad would never try to take that away from my stepdad. Doesn't mean my dad wasn't a part of my upbringing. It just means I lived in the house with my mom and my stepdad. My stepdad treated me like his own. He was a constant source of support for me. Whoever my dad was with at the time, I still have great relationships with all my dad's serious long-term partners. Most of them actually never had children. So they treat me just like a child, they give me stuff, they send me gifts. I wouldn't be surprised if they included me in their will or something. I will ask, I don't know, but certainly wouldn't be surprised, right? So, sometimes they say it takes a village to raise a child, and sometimes we're getting that village experience, and people are just overlooking that. They're looking at the divorce rate. They're going, oh, here's another kid from a broken home. And they're not realizing, man, it's 2023, man. The broken homes ain't, quote unquote, broken homes ain't phasing nobody like that. People have long since learned how to deal with this. And I got to tell you another thing. I don't even like that term broken homes. People just come from parents that are no longer together. I never felt like my home was broken. Matter of fact, I felt like, and this was hard for me to acknowledge as a religious kid because I grew up very religious, and believe it or not, I was very afraid of divorce when I was growing up. That was my number one fear in life. I'll tell you, the two things I fear in life the most are divorce and snakes. Just because I bought into that ideation from my grandparents. Like sometimes I tell the story, my grandparents didn't come to my mom and my stepdad's wedding because they don't believe in divorce. So I think that kind of early messaging, had me really feeling like divorce was like the worst thing that could ever happen. But as I look back on it, and I remember even in high school, I was grateful to my parents for being divorced because, like I said, they got along well, they cooperated, they met each other, my dad always paid child support, and my mom never took my dad to court or nothing like that. My dad always spent time with me. I spent half the summer with them. I spent a couple weekends a month with them. That's why I feel like I grew up in Newark. Partially, I didn't go to school in Newark, but, y'all know Brick Cities and Mart. That's why I was around. So I remember feeling like a lot of my white friends, they were in broken homes because their parents were fighting constantly. I mean, I'm on the phone with a girl trying to kick it, back then have a little phone sex, get a little freaky deaky after school, and you're constantly hearing their families, their parents like fight and yell and cursing at each other, throwing shit at each other, sleeping in separate beds, like Doug, like not because somebody had a sleeping issue, but because they don't like each other, because they don't get along anymore. Right? And you're sitting there like, this home is broken. And I'd be asking them, why did your parents just get divorced? And they'd be like, well, they want to stay together for the kids. But they're making your lives hell. And I remember white kids telling me flat out, I wish my parents would get divorced. I wish they would get divorced because it was a disaster staying in that house. So this whole picture he's trying to paint is horseshit. And it's a typical right-wing talking point anyway, where it's all about the nuclear family. You need one man, one woman to be together and stay married for 50 years, and that's the only type of way that you can expect kids to come out halfway all right. And we just know that that is not what's really happening.
Not the result of people being genetically disposed to savagery. Now, that would be racist. But I'm not saying that. If we pursued it a step further, I would say this is because of certain government policies, starting at least with LBJ. It has nothing to do with the guilt of the Black culture. They've been set on a deadly course, and you can see the results.
Yeah, Verilion.
No
Broken home undermines the accomplishments of single parents. I agree. It also dismisses the role of step parents, right? Like, I honor my stepdad. You know, my mom and my stepdad got divorced my senior year, but, you know, I still show off some of my stepdad's clips and, you know, reach out from time to time. There's no hostility or animosity there. And he was an essential part of my childhood. He helped raise me, and he raised me like I was just like he raised his own kids, you know. And so, yeah, you're right. It undermines the accomplishments of single parents. It diminishes the role of step parents and grandparents and other people in the community who step up. It undermines the resiliency of kids. And it overlooks the fact that a lot of these nuclear family units are toxic. They are toxic, broken relationships that are absolutely ruining the kids because they insist on staying together for the kids. And it's ridiculous. And I'm not saying that in every household. I grew up with some friends who had wonderful parents who seemed very happily married. And of course, I think that that's a great model for people. If that works in your house, then the more the merrier for you. My grandparents have been married over 60 years, and their marriage is absolutely the bedrock of our family. That's just not everybody's story, and we shouldn't force it to be.
The statistics. In fact, one state is now suggesting, or maybe they've enacted it already, that in punishments for misbehavior, you adjust it to racial identity. In other words, they expect African American kids to be hellraisers. Like, I mean, they might be right.
Facts,
depending on
Carrie-Ann.
why they think
Appreciate
it is.
you.
But look what they're doing. They're just ignoring the problem.
Carrie-Ann, you just got more practice than the rest of us. I think as we get older, all of us end up, role kind of reverse. You get an education your parents didn't have. You get more experience in the world than they have. You solve different problems than they had. And then ultimately, you know, for a lot of us, their health starts declining and they need our care. Yeah, I feel bad. I know you had a rough story, Carrie-Ann, but a lot of us will probably be leaning on you because we're going to have to learn how to parent our parents now. We'll have to lean on people like you who have more experience. I'm learning with that now, and it's really hard. Even when I'm really confident or something, or I think I'm really right, or, you know, I think my family would benefit a lot from understanding where I'm coming from, it's still really hard, you know, because they raised you, they wiped your ass, they taught you right from wrong, and now that role has to reverse, and it's still uncomfortable for me. I'm sure it is for a lot of other people.
I would say it's racist, except that I don't know why they view the greater incidence and the greater probability of Black misbehavior in school. They might also
YouTube Punk, I got him. I'm gonna pull him up here. I have him in Discord.
Policies, but people that make rules like this very likely are on the bandwagon with the people that made the bad policy. So I don't know what they're thinking, but it's certainly not going to help anything.
Yeah, I've heard.
This is a great reference, though. Super timely. Thanks, YouTube Punk. CDC report on fathers' involvement proves that Black dads are most involved, and the Pew Research Center reports that the role of the American dad is changing. According to a study by the Center for Disease Control, black fathers were the most involved with children, no matter if they live with them or not. A greater percentage of black fathers, when compared with white and Hispanic fathers, fed or ate meals with children daily, bathed, diapered, and dressed children daily, played with children daily, read to children daily. The study also proved overall that American dads are more involved with childcare than in years past. I want to speak to this about my dad, man. And I recently talked to my mother about this, but my relationship between my mother and my father is very different. My mother's side of the family, they are very religious. My mom did raise me, but it almost felt like as I got older, we lacked a little bit of that friendship aspect because, you know, we stopped having as much in common. Whereas my dad has always played an active role in not just like being in my life, but also my activities, right? So growing up, my dad, you know, I was really into basketball. My dad would play basketball with me. And, my stepdad did too. My dad played video games with me, even though obviously my dad wasn't really into video games. We always watched sports together. He watched wrestling with me. He would take me to wrestling stuff. Even now, you guys see me and my dad play cards a lot. He's always, trying to link up with me so we can play cards together. So it really does need to be said how a lot of fathers go out of their ways, but not just to do their responsibilities. It's not just child support. It's not just picking the kid up from school. It's actually having a relationship. My dad can tell you what I'm into, what I'm not into, what I like, what I don't like, which celebrities I think are awesome, what type of music I like, what I'm not into, and I think that type of relationship building goes overlooked. All right. The CDC report complements research on fathers by Pew Research Center, which reported the changing definition of fatherhood in the United States. Here are 6 facts. Over 50% of moms and dads reported that parenthood is a central part of their identity. Dads are spending more time on childcare and homework than in years past. 48% of working fathers would rather be home with their children instead of working. 58% of moms and dads ranked values and morals higher than discipline, emotional support, and income when asked which is extremely important for children. 70% of Americans say it is important for the baby to bond with mom and dad. And black fathers, 70% were most involved and likely to have bathed, dressed, diapered, or helped their children use the toilet every day, compared with white 60% and 45% of Hispanic fathers. On this Father's Day, let's remember that dads in our lives and appreciate the love, guidance, and support they provide us. Here are some tributes to dads. So yeah, flat out. Actually, I want to read one of these tributes real quick. My father taught me to believe in myself at all times. Whatever I was into at the time, whether it be track and field, swimming, medical school, or Alpha Phi Alpha, he would assure me that I was able to do it. You can do anything you put your mind to is something I grew up hearing. Similarly, always stay a little cold and a little hungry. It keeps you sharp, was another quote I keep in mind when trying to attack obstacles. I believe that my determination and confidence in myself comes from both my parents, and my dad has been vitally important to my development as a caring individual. I would not be the person I am today without the drive and determination that was instilled in me to achieve my goals. Amen, brother. James Robertson, MD. So look, y'all, that's exactly how I feel about my dad, man. Me and my dad have many moments like this. And, man, for Robert Price to take this type of swipe at black fathers is a low blow. And he has no idea what he's talking about.
I've heard some people say that that just because African-American families are not, let's say, married, that they're still men in their lives, and so that you can't make that conclusion that it's broken homes that's causing the problem. Have you heard that?
Well, if there are men in their lives, that's not what I'm criticizing. Like, for instance, in Pacific Island.
Another thing that needs to be mentioned here, yeah, it's probably self-reporting bullshit, but another thing that's really important here is they're not talking about cultural differences. A lot of times marriage is seen in many communities as an expectation, especially of a young, upwardly mobile couple. Well, when you start in Black communities that are already disenfranchised, part of our disenfranchisement is we don't necessarily buy into majority cultural institutions the way everybody does. So part of what's missing in that picture when you report on non-marital childbirths or whatever is how many of those relationships are essentially dissimilar, but they're just not married. So you have a couple where, you know, they're engaged, you know, they're fiancés, like a long-term fiancé thing. So they live in the same house, they raise the child together, but technically they're not married. Or you have the wifey situation, you know, partner's been together for long term, you know, it's worked out this far, they just don't really see the value of getting married. It could be a situation where, again, due to economic factors, neither of them really has a situation that offers any spousal benefits. If you're both kind of going from job to job and you don't really have a job where, you know, you get a lot of being legally married, it doesn't come with a ton of benefits because you're not in a situation like that, then you're not going to value getting married. And if you end up having a child, then raising that child with a cohabitating girlfriend or boyfriend, right? It just skews the data unnecessarily. And to not acknowledge these things just shows how woefully underprepared these guys are to have this conversation. They cherry pick data. The data just screams of systematic inequalities. And then they use the data to throw the people under the bus, not even understanding what the data really says about the people. This is really bad. And you know what? It's come apparent to me from watching this that, yeah, if you're this questionable on so many key issues, people are going to question your scholarship. They're going to think if your critical thinking skills cannot serve you better when it comes to discussing the real serious issues that are affecting our society day in and day out, yeah, we got some questions about your scholarship, my guy.
Their cultures often an uncle is just as important as the father and has different initiatory roles and all that. I'm not saying, I mean, you might as well say, well, if the biological father skipped town and nobody ever saw him again, and the mother remarried, and so the kid has a stepfather, obviously that's not what I'm talking about. It's the absence of male.
Yeah, these are all great questions, Jules. And that's why you can't just you gotta get some context. You gotta get some more information about this stuff. So yeah, man, this is great. I knew this was gonna take us all night, man. I'm glad I wanted to give us all time to really go through this, really give my thoughts and chop it up. I'm glad we did this. I feel a lot better going into my conversation tomorrow. Man, we told y'all, man, champions have championship responsibilities. And, you know, I'm looking forward to this conversation with Robert Price. And I hope y'all see, man, we're taking it seriously. We're trying to do our homework. And, you know, I don't want to ambush Bob. I just wanted to, you know, re-educate myself on what happened and have a lot of this in mind when we have the conversation tomorrow. Supposedly he's coming on the stream tomorrow to apologize, right? So let's remember that. I'll touch on that again at the end, but let's remember that we're hoping that this is just us getting our background information and reminding ourselves of what's at stake here. And you know, hopefully Robert Price has seen the light and is willing to. We're going to have a very different toned conversation tomorrow. At least that's what I'm hoping for.
Everybody used to read and probably still should.
Why do you think male mentorship is important?
You need to learn how to be a man from somebody who is one and learned the hard way or from his own male mentor. But you need to have, 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 male values inculcated by people that know where it's at and why it's good. Like, should you strike back if at a bully?
Yeah, exactly.
For instance, like Opie asks Andy Griffith, Andy Taylor on the show, or I'm a big fan of The Rifleman, and I love the way the relationship between the father and the son is depicted, and how they admire each other and teach each other. And the father is teaching principles of honor and so forth. Now, his wife has died, so he's the only parent, but you get the impression, but he's only got the one son. You get the impression that if there was a daughter involved, he would hasten to marry. That nearly happens in one of the episodes. So it's not like it has to be perfect, but there's a basic structure. And when you have Black Lives Matter, for instance, saying that they are against the nuclear family and want to see it dismantled, what are they aiming at there? Well, they are anarchistic.
Oh my goodness.
Would Black Lives Matter say that?
Oh my lord.
What's that? Oh, yes, they do. It was until recently, it was on their website as part of their statement of principles. They admit they're Marxists and that they're against the nuclear family. And of course, what they want to do is to not to have chaos with people.
They want people like you to stop throwing black people under the bus for coming from quote unquote broken homes. You are literally the reason they made that statement. You literally got up here and threw black culture under the bus because of its fatherlessness. Their point is to say, fuck you, stop being racist, and stop acting like people need to be in some kind of nuclear family. This idea of the nuclear family has clearly been used to fucking harass black people. It is the thing where we are being blamed for our own victimhood. Racism is a problem. Racism problem. Racism problem. Racism is a problem. Nope. Racism is not a problem. Not having a nuclear family in the black community is a problem. Okay, fuck the nuclear family. That's what that conversation is. But now he's sitting up here and he's acting like Black Lives Matter doesn't want you to get married. Black Lives Matter hates your family. Oh, are you a woman married to a man and y'all are going to stay together and raise your child together cohabitatingly in a healthy, happy home? Black Lives Matter doesn't want that. They hate families. Again, bro. Yeah, you sound pretty fucking racist if you think that you should sell us this bill of goods where Black Lives Matter hates families. Nobody buys
so
that
they
shit.
also don't seem to mind that, but they're aiming at a state in which children would be brought up by the state, not by the parents, which you had to some degree in the Soviet Union. Hey, you better not indoctrinate your kids in religion. We, the state, will tell them what to think about that. And I get very disturbed when fellow atheists say, parents teaching their kids, bringing their kids up in a religion is child abuse. No, even if I don't agree with the religion, what you said is Stalinism, and I'm not for it. It's like that's what I see in Hillary Clinton, who's a confessed Alinskyite. She writes this book, It Takes a Village. It's like a kibbutz kind of a thing, I guess. But I think she probably should have called it It Takes a Gulag, because it's the anti-family thing is pro-state ownership of children. You see that again
Wow.
with these
anti-family, pro-state ownership of people. This is just so far off the right-wing conspiracy bandwagon. Look, now Black Lives Matter is anti-family. Yeah, this is bad.
teachers telling kids, well, we're going to talk about you changing gender, but we're not going to tell your parents. Why do they think they have the right to do that? Because they think the state owns the children, not the parents.
Well,
They
you know
don't
what?
own-
Maybe they're right that the state does own the parents because the state's paying for the kids. You get like, I've been a big person to say you shouldn't have kids unless you can afford them. And if you have kids and basically the government's paying for their food, shelter, and clothing,
Yeah, in Doug's world, only
they
rich
basically
people
own the
have
kids.
I see.
And also, this is so stupid. I've been adamant. I do support kids being able to get vaccinated in school without the parents' consent. I do think indoctrinating children into a religion is child abuse. What seems to be the problem? Telling children that they're cursed because they're born and that they deserve eternal torment because they were born. Literally, they were born with original sin that makes them deserving of torment. Yeah, listen, I know you like to suck off Jesus. I know you like to give special exceptions to rationality and reason based on religion, but as an anti-theist, I don't. And so I'm going to judge whether something's on child abuse, whether it's abusive to the child. And if you tell a child they're fucked up and they deserve eternal conscious torment and you can't prove it, child abuse to me. What seems to be the problem? Now, I also think denying your child medical care is child abuse. I also think your kid participating in the school means that the school has an interest to take care and protect the rest of the students in the school. So yeah, if it becomes clear that your child needs some gender-affirming care and you're an obstacle to that gender-affirming care, I support the state doing what they need to do on behalf of your child. Your child is not your property. Your child is not a pet. You are a caregiver. And where you fall short of your caregiving responsibilities is where the state has the ability to step in and ensure that that child is not denied their rights because they were born to you. Your ignorance should not cause your child to suffer. Now, that isn't state ownership of the kids. It isn't taking away people's parental rights. It is saying there's a certain standard of care that every child is entitled to. We will do our best to make sure every child gets that standard of care. And anytime we think a parent acts in a way that is not consistent with the health of the child, the state has an interest to move against the parent. This is no different than if a child comes to you with a black eye every day, and first time he tells you he fell down the stairs, but eventually you realize his parents are whooping their ass. Yeah, you call DIFUS. What seems to be the problem? If you have a trans child and you won't let that child transition because of your stupidity, yeah, that child needs to be in a better situation. Now, if we can educate you and get you on board, fine. But if not, what seems to be the problem? This is just these are the facts of life. These are the facts of life. There are limits on all rights, including parental rights. Grow the fuck up and get over it.
What you mean? I see what you mean.
Speaking of, I think you brought up Black Lives Matter. Here's another one that someone sent me, or I copied and pasted from somewhere. This article, Black Lives Matter.
Mm-hmm.
You wrote this? June 3rd.
Oh, yes, and I would swear by every word of it. I just reread it last night.
Okay, give us the synopsis of what this is about and what the point you're trying to make.
Mainly, most of what we've been talking about, that the minstrel show, the poster there, reflects a scene from Gone with the Wind, where the war between the states is over, and the carpetbaggers come from the north and are busy recruiting freed slaves as a voting bloc. And they say, we're your friends, and you're going to vote like your friends vote. And it's just a new kind of enslavement, quote unquote, Why don't you switch over to our plantation? You won't be picking cotton, but you'll be putting the right thing in the ballot box. That was already patronizing racist exploitation.
All right, gang, please sit tight. I need to take a quick break. I'm still listening. I'll be right back. Just sit tight. I'll be right back with you.
And it continues to be that way, as people like Candace Owens say today. Blacks need to get off the Democrat plantation.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we've covered a lot of that sort of thing. Let's move more to politics. Well, this is sort of politics too, but more about things like Republican Party and Trump. Are you a Trump supporter? Or were you?
Yeah, big time.
Is there anything you don't like about Trump?
Well, he plays golf, which I hate. But what's not to like, especially if you have a cynical, smart-ass sense of humor?
Well, what about him grabbing women by the,
we don't even know if that's true. One woman said that she was on a plane with Trump started groping and grabbing her as if an octopus was entangling her. I don't believe that. Could that have gone on for seconds before Trump would have been grabbed? It's ridiculous. And in fact, other women that have come forward with these stories have eventually been, like with others too, like the thing with Judge Kavanaugh. A lot of these accusations are later recanted or exposed. You can't ever really know. Now, he was sexually more frisky than I would advise people to be. There's no doubt of that. But if he had, suppose he had sex with Stormy Daniels, was that her name? Like Greg Gutfeld said, would that really surprise you, given the kind of guy Trump is? He's not a moral paragon in some ways, but that's not, you're not voting for, like Huckabee said, I think, was he, about Mitt Romney when he was the Republican nominee. He says, yeah, he's a Mormon. I don't agree with Mormonism. Okay, but fellow evangelicals, remember, you're not voting for a Sunday school teacher. And that's the way it seems here, because what he does pursue that is righteous and helpful is the America First policy, which, despite the carping of these propagandists, never meant to hell with everybody else. He made it clear the first day that he meant that France should put French interests first.
But I want getting back to the first thing you said, like I asked you, is there anything you don't like about Trump?
Not much.
One thing I'm on record as saying that I think Trump is the worst role model out of all the presidents, which is different than the politics part. And the reason why I think that is because I don't know if you've seen this video, but it has him on video saying some really nasty stuff that I definitely, like, I have a son and I'd be ashamed if my son behaved this way. Like, this is Trump on audio saying I took her out furniture shopping or something. I moved on her like a bitch, but I couldn't get there and she was married. Like, he's basically admitting that he's making moves on married women, and basically, for his own sexual gratification. This is what I don't.
Bad.
Yeah, I don't like Trump for that.
Choose your battles. To me, I'd rather have him than a mannequin like Biden, manipulated by lunatic dogmatists into shutting down the energy industry, in being weak in foreign policy, etc., etc., etc. Do you really care that much about what he may have done in his past? I mean, I'd like to know the date of that, but it seems people don't seem to hold that against Clinton, and it's unfortunate. But look at why the guy is president. He's not like Cato of ancient Rome, the official censor and moral paragon. The stuff he's done for veterans, for homosexuals, for women, that he for African Americans. I mean, I know you've seen the picture of Jesse Jackson giving him an award for his work on behalf of African Americans, but they just lie and say he's a racist. He's always given prominence to women in positions of authority in his companies and in the government, but they just ignore that. They say with that he said they're good people on both sides of this. Oh, yeah, he thought those Klansmen and Nazis were just as good as he didn't say that. He said something altogether different. He's talking about the people that don't want the past erased by destroying Confederate monuments. They say he hates the handicapped because he did this thing in a speech where he said, "Oh, so-and-so journalist," and it turned out the guy had some sort of disorder that resulted in odd movements. I don't know that he even knew that, but it was proven that that's just one of his shticks when he's talking about somebody he thinks is a flustered airhead, and that it had nothing to do with this poor guy's affliction. They're just lying repeatedly. Anyway.
But he's a bit of a narcissist, wouldn't you agree?
I don't care. Look at what he's done for the country. And look at what Biden, who's a career criminal, is doing for the country. He's better. He's bought by China. His foreign policy is controlled by the graft he receives. As has been proven by Hunter's laptop from hell, but other stuff we already knew anyway. It baffles me.
Yeah, what is interesting, like prior to the election, that Biden's son's laptop was kind of just put under the rug or dismissed as whatever propaganda, but now it seems like there's substance there. And this gets to that whole thing about misinformation. You got to censor misinformation. Well, the problem is 90% of people can say this is true, and the 10% who say this is false could be right. And so what is viewed as misinformation might actually be the truth. And so that's why we shouldn't censor. We should just let it. One question that I've asked people who despise Trump is, I'm the type of person who I think you should never love a politician nor hate them unless they do something really drastic. But I tend to ask them, how did Trump make your life worse personally? Like, don't talk about other people, just you. And I get, usually it's responses about Trump hurting their feelings or making them mad. Or I've had answers like, he's broken up relationships between me and my brother-in-law or something because we fight about politics. And then I will say things like, well, aren't there people who are pro-Trump and anti-Trump, family members who get along? It's your fault, not Trump's, that this division has been put in. And so they want to take personal responsibility and put it on Trump rather than themselves.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah. Such children.
What do you think of the Capitol riot?
Oh, that was a false flag operation. Those people that were told to go there were told by a guy who's an operative of the FBI, as he was being denounced for that by operative. Those people, that was themselves. Yeah, amazing. Yeah. Such children.
What do you think of the Capitol riot?
Oh my goodness, gang. I ain't even gonna lie to you, gang. I forgot how awful this was. First off, didn't we just hear about how Michael Brown was a worthless thug and his life meant nothing because he was a worthless thug? And then we get stories of Donald Trump groping women and just admitting it, just saying, I just grabbed him by the pussy. Hey, I could just move on her like a bitch. Ain't nothing she's gonna do. And he's got nothing. He can't find anything he even dislikes about this guy. This is crazy. And then he's calling Joe Biden a career criminal? Look, bro, I'm with you. Joe Biden fucked up with them documents, bro. Joe Biden took them classified ass documents, bro. But is this guy serious? Who name a state Trump is not in trouble in. He's in trouble for all that bullshit in Arizona. He's in trouble in Georgia. He's in trouble in DC. He's in trouble in New York. It's become clear that people were approved. He was approved to be prosecuted under RICO cases before he became the president. But notice that T word is nowhere on his lips. January 6th was a false flag operation because he cannot admit that Donald Trump is a thug. Oh, this guy.
Oh, that was a false flag operation. Those people that were told to go there were told by a guy who's an operative of the FBI, as he was being denounced for that by the crowd at the time. Don't listen to this guy. But he's the one that's, I
agree with you, Crystal. So it's too much craziness for you to trust a scholarship like this.
Plot to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer. It's been disclosed that
Doug doesn't give any pushback.
A number of the plotters were FBI assets. They were trying to create something that they could then overblow. And they shouldn't have done that, but it wasn't much of a big deal. They opened the doors to the place to let them in. They lied about a guy getting his brains beat out with a fire extinguisher. Later, it turned out it didn't happen. The only person.
Wow. Now, here's what's funny is Robert Price almost certainly did not watch the January 6th committee hearings. I know Doug did not watch the January 6th committee hearings. It actually came up on a stream on Nathan's channel when we were all watching the January 6th committee. To be honest with y'all, it's why we watched the January 6th committee hearings. I had been watching them and following along. But Sample Pack basically confronted Doug on Nate's channel and was like, bro, how are you going to sit here and talk about January 6th wasn't that bad? They wouldn't have gone through with it. They really weren't going to kill Mike Pence. Have you watched the hearings? And Doug tried to act like he was too busy to watch the hearings. I'm sure Robert Price would say the same thing. But we now know the stories, bro. Cops got killed. Cops lost their lives. Cops were attacked with their own weapons. People tried to reach for the cop's gun. They tried to take their guns and they were screaming, take his gun and shoot him with it. So Robert Price, how is Michael Brown a thug? Because when the cops were actually trying to kill him, he wrestled with them. Now you have a situation where people are invading the Capitol to stop a lawfully performed election so they can hold up the federal government because their guy didn't win. They're explicitly yelling, take his gun from him and shoot him with it. But they're not thugs. It was a false flag operation. It was really the left's fault.
That died was a Trump supporter who was shot in the back by a Capitol policeman, unprovoked.
Again, nope. She was shot when she was coming into. I mean, is he serious? Is he serious? These people have not. Wasn't it Ashley Babbitt? Shot show. Yeah, here we go. How have people not seen this a million times?
New video tonight showing the beginning.
Here we go. We're right here.
And running out of options. Capitol Police officers step aside.
Now look. Y'all, I don't know if y'all see this. It's the Capitol Police officer on the other side of this door. They are smashing the door. They have been giving repeated verbal warnings to stop. He actually sticks out his gun. He's like, y'all are not coming up in here. Y'all need to stop. They keep breaking out the window. He warns. They continue to come through. Ashley Babbitt takes the lead on trying to go through that window. Ashley Babbitt gets fucking shot. Absolutely.
They're leaving. And running out of options. Capitol Police officers step aside.
Look, the police officers stepped out, and look, there's the cop.
Leading up to the shooting of one of the rioters, Ashley Babbitt. Every image providing leads for investigators. Today, arrested, Richard Barnett, who was gleefully posing for photos with his feet on Nancy Pelosi.
I wish they showed I've seen it. There's a longer, there's an even better clip. Oh yeah, here we go. Boom.
Were you afraid that day?
I was very afraid.
Are you afraid now?
Let's go.
I am afraid because I know there's people that disagree with my actions on January the 6th.
Yeah, carry hands with us and gather, y'all. Come together, hang out with us.
I did my job.
I did my job.
There was imminent threats and danger to the members of Congress.
Look at this.
In the chaotic minutes before Lieutenant Michael Byrd
they're attacking Congress right now.
Rioter Ashley Babbitt, a cascade of alarming messages crackled through his police radio.
He yells for help and, officer down and screaming as they're being assaulted.
This video from inside the House chamber captures Byrd instructing members of Congress to don gas masks.
We had a disbursement of tear gas in the rotunda.
Then, instructions to prepare for the worst.
I'd ask them to remove their pins, to remove their jackets, to look like staff as much as possible, and to seek shelter by staying down below their chairs.
Soon, a horde of demonstrators stormed up the stairs to the House chamber.
There's a gun! Hey, he's got a gun! He's got a gun!
Byrd is seen taking a defensive posture with his gun drawn.
I didn't even realize I had been yelling and screaming as loud as I was. Please stop, get back, get back. Stop.
Again.
We see your arm out
we
there.
hear this all the time, no. What's up, Robert Price, fucker? What's up? Couldn't all this be avoided if they didn't act like some thugs? If all they did was put their hands in the air and say, we're fine, we're not shooting, we're not causing any problems, we're going home. He didn't shoot them for having their hands in the air. He didn't shoot them because they were complying with orders. He shot them because they were a fucking threat to the federal government. And he's yelling at them over and over and over and over again to stop. By law, he cannot allow these people who are a clear and present danger to come through that door where they have made it all sorts of clear they've got bad intentions for Congress. So what's up, Robert Price? Wouldn't Ashley Babbitt still be here had she not been acting like a fucking thug? You racist piece of shit.
For a considerable
I hope you changed your mind. You better be singing a different fucking tone tomorrow. I better hear different song out of a different key with a whole new two-step to that remix, baby.
Out of time. Yes. Were you wavering?
I was, again, taking a tactical stance. You're ultimately hoping that your commands will be complied with, and unfortunately they were not.
What did you think this individual was doing at that moment?
She was posing a threat to the United States House of Representatives.
But an attorney for Ashley Babbitt's family disputes that. He did not respond to our request for a comment, but in a previous statement said Babbitt was not brandishing a weapon, not in close proximity to members of Congress, and was not an imminent threat of death or serious injury to anyone.
Based on your training, in that case, does it matter that the person was armed or not?
According to law, it does not. I know based on my training and my policy, what I did was appropriate.
Multiple investigations have now upheld Byrd's actions on January 6th.
Multiple investigations. And on top of that, folks, let's be real. What was Ashley Babbitt planning to do? She was planning to break her way through that door and let everybody else in. This is the Rebecca Davis problem. right? Rebecca Davis isn't a thug. Rebecca Davis is nice, but she wants to do the bidding of the radical religious fundamentalist. And when she gets right down to it and tells you the truth, she will tell you her purpose here is to do their bidding. And that's exactly what Ashley Babbitt planned to do. Probably assuming that because she was a white female, she wouldn't be taken like a serious threat. So I guess she expected to let them break down the door for her, then her walk on in and open it up for everybody else. Again, if only she wasn't acting like a thug that day, y'all. If only she wasn't acting like a thug.
Have you continued to question your actions that day?
I knew that day. I followed my training, and I spent countless years preparing for such a moment. You ultimately hope that moment never occurs, but you prepare as best you can. I know that day I saved countless lives.
If Ashley Babbitt's family is watching this, is there anything you would say to them?
What's up, Sal? Karen's be acting
What
like
I would
thug
like
too.
to say is to all the families from January the 6th, that their family members receive injury or loss of life. As my heart goes out to them, I'm sorry for their loss and what they're dealing with. And I pray that they find peace and comfort.
Well, Lester, as you know, one of the chief criticisms of Lieutenant Byrd from the beginning has been there were other officers in similar situations that day who did not fire their weapons. What, if anything, did he say about that?
No, I asked him directly about that, and he says he can't judge their actions or their circumstances. He believes he did what was appropriate. Anecdotally, I've heard from officers who have talked about the proximity in some of those situations was just so close that the idea of withdrawing a weapon and using it didn't seem like an option, but he says they'll have to speak for themselves.
Why did he decide to sit down? What was his motivation?
He, the threats had been mounting. He felt that his story wasn't getting out. There was a narrative that was making its way around the internet, and he thought it was time to come out and talk. And we should point out that he is, there are several investigations that are part of a deadly use of force, and they have all cleared him of wrongdoing.
All right,
Yeah, it's really important to remember these things. So number one, just because other guards were at other places throughout the complex and did not feel the need to use deadly force is kind of irrelevant. As you hear, he's the body man. He's inside. He is the one, trying to take care of the senators directly. He's not out in the perimeters of the building. He's not out in the different hallway, random diversion areas where people might be unauthorized. He is, in his mind, in that moment, the last line of defense between these intruders and actually getting through to Congress. The other thing is, the other situations where they're talking about where the officers refused to use deadly force or did not use deadly force, that was a tactical decision that came down from the command, right? Which was they were not. The reason is because they thought there was a really good chance they were outgunned. Now, number one, that should really tell you something about the need for gun control in this country, where, this is as close as we get. If the next insurrection is armed and leads to massive casualties and blood loss, just don't say we didn't tell you so. Because you got to recognize when our police and our military are not using deadly force because the mob they fear that the mob has them outgunned, you don't have this great situation where police made some holier than thou determination where the use of deadly force wasn't appropriate in the situation. No. Let's be clear. The use of deadly force was appropriate. Okay? They just didn't feel they could do it because they thought they'd be outgunned. All right, so let's clear that right on up. Additionally, like I said, he's actually protecting them. So yeah, you make a real different choice if you're out on the perimeter or you're trying to do crowd control versus you're the last line of defense between the angry mob and the senators yourself. Another thing that goes unmentioned is he made the correct assessment of deadly force. What do I mean by that? In that situation, as that police officer, you are not hoping that with your sidearm 9mm department issue handgun, you are going to, outgun the angry mob outside the Capitol doors. That's not what you're thinking. For those of you that might want to flip this up to a little bit of a martial arts scenario. Imagine you're in a martial arts scenario. You're walking down an alley. You didn't realize it, but some people that didn't like you, they've been following you. Now they've got you in this alley and they close you off and they encircle you. And let's say you got about 5 or 6 people that you can tell have bad intentions for you. What do you do? Just put yourself in this situation. It's not unrealistic. A lot of people have to deal with this. What do you do? Hopefully you don't give up. Hopefully you don't, just let them kick your ass. And hopefully you don't try to fight all 5 people at once. What you do, and again, I'm sure Uncle Bobby would tell you this. My stepfather was a world-class martial artist himself, competed, very high levels, just like Uncle Bobby, still does, even as a senior. He taught me the same thing. You find your exit. I'm calling Uncle Bobby. Exactly. If you call Uncle Bobby, call Uncle Bobby. But if you ain't got time to call Uncle Bobby and most martial artists will tell you the same thing. You find your exit. What does that mean? I'm finding the weakest person or the person that looks the most vulnerable. I'm going to punch them in the face or kick them in the nuts or whatever I got to do to disable them, and then you run. Right? The idea being, of course, you can't beat all 5 of these people. But hopefully, by bringing the pain to one of them, you're going to severely discourage the rest of them, or more importantly, you're going to find an exit. I ain't got time to whoop all your asses. I'm knocking one of you upside the head and I'm running as fast as I can. Now, how does this translate back to what happened with that officer? From my opinion, and again, it's not my area of expertise, but been around enough to hear these things, he used an appropriate assessment of deadly force. Because what did he realize? I've got to make sure the person who seems like they're the most likely to come through this door doesn't get through this door. And when everybody else realizes, oh shit, you're going to take a bullet trying to come through that door, guess what? Nobody else is coming through that door. So I hate to say it, folks, but the proof is in the pudding. What happened? He shot that bitch Ashley Babbitt, and all of a sudden the crowd lost its will to get through that door. Now, I think the whole goddamn scenario is a shame. And the fact that President Dickface Orange had the National Guard held up and all of that shit that needs to be investigated further is probably the reason why we ended up in that situation to begin with. But nevertheless, to me, he made an appropriate assessment of force. He decided this is a clear and present danger. They're coming through that door right now. She is trying to lead the charge. If I disable her, that crowd will disperse and I can effectively protect the Congress. And you know what? He made the right assessment of that situation. He effectively had a y'all gonna learn today moment, and let's see how bad you really want to get to Congress. And you know what? Pop up! Oh, yeah, shit. Oh, we just got a better idea. Yeah, we're going to go home. Yep, guess Biden's the new president. So it's funny. It's funny how I say he made the right call, and it's funny how they got the message real quick. Real quick. So, hey, that brother did his job.
This whole idea, though, this is worse than 9/11, this is worse than Pearl Harbor. Nobody could really believe that. They just must think the public is stupid enough to believe it. The fact that they
no, they're talking about different. They're talking about totally different things. What they're saying is that Pearl Harbor and 9/11 are, of course, awful terrorist attacks, but they represent threats to our civilization and our way of life that are external to us. All countries have to deal with foreign threats and foreign invaders. people are not stupid. They're not saying more people died January 6th than died on 9/11. That's just not true. What they're saying is, look, those previous terror attacks were not a domestic insurrection. And this domestic insurrection, which was led by the president at the time, is a far bigger threat to the actual sanctity of our democracy and functioning of it than Islamic terrorist attacks. Now, these are silly fucking comparisons to be making anyway. Would you rather brain cancer or a hole in the head? Neither. Most people, neither sounds good. But again, this is what the apologists have to do, man. Because they can't sit here and talk about how bad it really is. They've got to arbitrarily find something else that's worse. Well, it was no Holocaust. Like, why we got to compare everything to these other events? What was fucked up on that day was fucked up. That's the end of it. He's got to compare it to something else. That way his apologizing for January 6th seems palatable. It's not palatable, Robert. Nothing you can say can make January 6th palatable to us.
Down all these people that they could find that were there, and some of them have been languishing in jail without a trial for all this time. How can this happen in America? You just have thuggery on the part of these people that just think Trump is the Antichrist. And because he's pursuing policies that are good for America. I know that sounds crazy. I never would have believed that would happen, but I don't know any other way to interpret these things.
But there was a couple of thugs in the Capitol, though, too, right?
I'm not sure. There might have been. I sure wouldn't be surprised. But like this guy with the headdress, he's just a nut. He didn't hurt anybody or whatever. I mean, he did a kook, but that's not really. I guess the Congress is full of them anyway.
Why do you think Trump lost?
I don't think he did. I am persuaded that the election was stolen.
Oh, my goodness.
The Supreme Court just chickened out. They wouldn't hear the case. And many of the state governments wouldn't listen to
Big Lie Bob,
the evidence Trump's lawyers were prepared to present. And even now, they're suppressing the results of this Arizona investigation. I've read both sides of that one.
I bet you have.
Very clear that they don't want the trouble, I guess. Maybe that's the best reading. That like when Nixon lost to Kennedy, he said he won, but he didn't want to put the country through the rigmarole that would follow if he challenged it. So that's one decent thing Creeky did.
But how would you come? How would you come to the conclusion? Like you said, you think it was rigged or something. How would you come to that conclusion without actually seeing the evidence if it's suppressed?
Well, some of it I have. There is video footage of people stuffing ballot boxes.
My goodness!
Eyewitness testimony.
There's videos of poll workers working the polls
of the vote counters that say that they saw one of the counters with his computer connected to the internet, which was supposed to be impossible because that would allow for shenanigans. The timing in only but all of the swing states, Biden was about to lose until late in the process, and suddenly there's this flood of votes for him on the machines. And more than there were voters in some cases, actually in the areas. It just seems to me very clear. I mean, I don't know it absolutely, but it seems to me there is a real case for that. Of course, it's moot. Nothing will happen as a result of it, even if it's true. But I think, there is serious reason to think it just got ripped off.
Yeah, for me, the biggest evidence that if I don't believe there's always going to be fraud, but the question is to what extent. But to me, the biggest argument that Trump might have won is it was a 4 Sigma event, bigger than a 3 Sigma event. I don't think any time in history has a sitting president got more votes the second time than the first time and still lost. Right. And so that is a statistical amazement. But then one could argue that this was because of COVID, this was a very unique situation where you had mail-in ballots. And so people could mail in, and that's why Biden surged in the late hours, because they were starting to open up the mail-ins. Have you heard that?
Not in that form, but I have heard that some of the shenanigans performed with the mail-in votes have been changed.
Wait, so he didn't hear the mundane thing about how, this is how elections are counted, and the mail-in, they counted the election day votes first, they're right there, and then they count the mail-in, which is a stupid system, by the way. But he didn't hear that, but he did hear about the shenanigans with the mail-in ballots. Oh, okay.
The counters, just
what
like
a filter.
Bob Dole said in the Bush Gore thing. He said,
no, I thought it was a good question.
And I kind of think that there's reason to believe that. Also, the voting of the living dead, the ballots
the conspiracy
turn up in odd places, the ease with which these ballot receptacles out here and there, like almost like mailboxes, could be stuffed with things. It just seems to me they made it sloppy using COVID as an excuse, which they'll try to do again this next time. I hope they can be headed off in the past.
Using COVID as an excuse.
Gore is wrong. Go find the article and read it for yourself. I'm not sure what this is referring to. Do you?
No.
Okay. Well, thanks for the donation, Jack of Trades.
Damn, they said $20.
How do you think?
Figure out what he was talking
Trump
about.
Did handle COVID. Do you think is that maybe part of the reason why he lost? Because some of the conservative base thought that there should have been no such shutdowns.
I don't know. I've not heard that suggested, though that doesn't mean anything. I may just not have happened to hear it, but I kind of doubt that because of the warp speed thing. The fact that he got
oh no, dude, Bob Price really is on that Trump tip, man. First off, this idea that the Democrats use COVID as an excuse to get more mail-in ballots, I mean, this is just fundamentally morally bankrupt shit to say. I have no sympathy, empathy, or hearing out of the right in their anti-COVID rhetoric. We are dealing with, a mass casualty, the likes of which we haven't seen since the Spanish flu, and seems like we've outdone the Spanish flu, and God damn it, why are we comparing it to something that happened 100 years ago? Have we really learned nothing in 100 years? This whole thing of literally blaming the left for using COVID to what? Get more people to vote from home. I mean, this is just disgusting.
Created in record time, that ain't bad. Though now in retrospect it looks a bit different because the vaccines may be poisoning people. I'm not competent to judge that, but there's serious doubts about it.
Gnostic informant. What's up, Roar? I agree. It's like a totally different person.
They were saying yet, as they are now, that they did no good and only crippled the economy. But even there, Trump was able to get the economy restarted afterward in a surprising fashion. But I don't know what was on people's minds vis-a-vis the COVID thing, but I do find it very difficult to believe that people could have taken a look at Biden with these stumbling Steve Brule-like presentations from his basement and preferred that to everything Trump had done. It just seems to me if this is just crazy.
Well, yeah, a lot of Democrats, I think, regret voting for Biden. It's obvious he's not all upstairs. But
it was already. I mean, I don't know how anybody could considered voting for this.
Well, it was the lesser of two evils. It's like
Doug did the same thing to me, where he was having a conversation with Nitty the other day, and he basically, tried to throw me under the bus for calling him out, and basically asserted that like our whole community is basically filled with mentally unstable people. Just an utter cheap shot. But you notice that they always go to this. This is another talking point. The left is literally crazy. We're literally deranged. We're not all there cognitively. We can't really be trusted. Not only are we emotionally volatile and we're just feel sorry for-ism and wokeism has run amok, but on top of that, we're really seriously mentally disturbed people. And this, again, overlooking the wonderful competency of Trump, who literally people were so concerned about his lack of intellect, his lack of competency, that they forced him to take a dementia test. And then he bragged about passing the dementia test as though he had just achieved Einstein level of brilliance on an IQ score. But now they feel the need to compare this to Joe Biden. So again, they want to throw Joe Biden under the bus, but they seem to be overlooking the fact that Trump's actual staff, Trump's actual administration, Trump's actual lawyers were horrified by how shockingly incompetent he is. And just in case y'all forgot what we talking about here, it's my favorite Trump quote.
Person, woman, man, camera, TV.
I think a lot of independents might say, they just hate Trump and they just hate Biden less.
That's the total. You might be right, though.
Yeah, Trump does brag about his super smart uncle.
Chat was about.
That's funny.
David Gore says, what about Trump's refusal to apologize about Central Park 5? Trump ran a full-page ad as a citizen calling for the execution of those teens. That's going way back, right?
Can you tell me any more about that? I don't recall that.
I think there's some thugs who Trump had some. How many years ago was this, David Gore? This is a long time ago, right? That there was some crimes committed, and Trump made some comment that these teens should be executed.
Yeah, but they didn't do it.
My guess is they're all black.
Yeah, and that's a problem.
They could be South Moluccans for all I care.
Doesn't matter.
I know
doesn't
this
matter.
Is really going to get me in hot water or hot lava.
Doesn't matter that he called for the execution of innocent people.
Penalty is way too sparsely
Woo!
enacted.
Yes.
For instance,
so his thing. Oh my goodness. Oh Lord. Y'all, this is ouch worthy. Nitty's live. And we got some Uncle Bobby to catch up on.
This is a guy who said the problem with the crime bill, there's not enough people in jail. There's not enough people in jail. And go on my website, get the quote, the date when he said it. Not enough people. He talked about marauding gangs, young gangs, and the people who are going to maraud our cities. This is a guy who in the Central Park 5 innocent black kids, he continued to push for making sure that they got the death penalty. None of them were guilty of the crimes they were suggested. Look, and talk about granted, he did in fact let 20 people, he commuted 20 people's sentences. We commuted over 1,000 people's sentences. Over 1,000. The very law he's talking about is a law that, in fact, initiated by Barack Obama. And secondly, we're in a situation here where the federal prison system was reduced by 38,000 people under our administration. And one of these things we should be doing, there should be no minimum mandatories in the law. That's why I'm offering $20 billion to states to change their state laws to eliminate minimum mandatories and set up drug courts. No one should be going to jail because they have a drug problem. They should be going to rehabilitation, not to jail. We should fundamentally change the system, and that's what I'm going to do.
Hey, NBC News viewers, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel.
But Rob Price gets caught up in the situation where apparently he's done so much homework on Trump but doesn't realize we're talking about a situation where Trump is calling for the execution of 5 innocent people. And Robert Price thinks what we need to hear is actually we don't use the death penalty enough. Bro. Oh my God, that's embarrassing.
That rioters should simply be shot down as they used to be.
All right, here we go. This is when shit got
But
real
we're now
wild.
So soft and sentimental. We can't even accuse anybody of treason anymore. And that's another reason I suspect our society is
All right, so this is the key. I'm gonna rewind it real quick so y'all can hear it again. But this is when shit got crazy. He literally basically says rioters are treasonous. We don't have the death penalty enough. We should realize when somebody's rioting, they become an enemy of the state, and pop, 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 we should execute them right away on sight. But again, what about January 6th? Oh, that was a false flag operation. Got it.
And my guess is they're all black.
Well, they could be South Moluccans for all I care, but I know this is really going to get me in hot water or hot lava. But I think the death penalty is way too sparsely enacted. I think that, for instance, that rioters should simply be shot down as they used to be. But we are now so soft and sentimental. We can't even accuse anybody of treason anymore. And that's another reason I suspect our society is doomed. You have, like the rabbis said, don't be too quick to try to eradicate the evil inclination that everyone has.
Robert, I agree. Don't try to eradicate the evil. People have evil inclinations. And, you know, Robert Price, I agree. What the hell do you have to do around here to get convicted of treason? I mean, seriously, we've got a big lie. We've called the election. We've called the Secretary of State. Hey, I'm gonna need 12,000 more votes. Can you find me 12,000 more votes? We've had fake investigation after fake investigation. We had literal fake electors. We had people try to show up in D.C. at Congress and also at state houses across the country to cast fake elector ballots. Robert Price, I agree. What the fuck do you have to do to be convicted of treason up in this bitch?
Because without it, you're not gonna have the will to do what you must do with.
Yeah, that's gonna be the question, Neil.
I'm gonna get back to that other thing you said about, you know, you believe rioters should be shot down. Is that what you said?
Yes, I sure do.
Yeah, like I share with you your aversion to, like, if people own a business and thugs come in and destroy it, like, they should be punished. But do you actually think they should die for it?
Yes, they're asking for it. You see, This is where it is the clearest that you are in a war with those who are trying to destroy your civilization. In a war, you don't stand idly by and watch the enemy's depredations. Regretfully, you have to shoot them. And that is what's happening here. We're in a war situation, and these people are the enemies of civilization. Now, we can go down with the ship, congratulating ourselves on how compassionate we are, but that's where we're going, down with it. I know this will never happen. It's just armchair theorizing. My opinions will mean
But then aren't we just as bad?
Not.
Aren't we just as bad as, like, the radical Muslims who just want to, you know, cut the hands off thieves and chop heads off people who commit crimes? Like, maybe this is just my Mennonite background coming through, but I'd get a big helicopter and just throw down a big net and just net them up and then put them in jail cells until they cool off. Fine them or jail them.
You know what would happen? They'll all be let go without bail and all this stuff. It seems to me that is just...
Who the fuck is he talking about? He's anti-Black Lives Matter protesters because they're rioters who are treasonous because stating that black people shouldn't be murdered is apparently treason. They should be shot down like dogs in the street. I don't understand
Throw
this.
down a big net and
All right, so he would throw down but Doug comes along. No, Robert, I wouldn't kill him. You know, you just round them all up, you throw them in jail, you let them cool off. That's not good enough for Bob because they'll get out with no bail, no consequences, and they'll be right back at it tomorrow. Nigga, you talking about the January 6th rioters or Black Lives Matter? What black people you know get locked up and then get set free without bail? Again, bro, look into the system. Black people get excessive bail. Everybody that's looked into the criminal justice system for all of, I'm going to say 5 to 8 minutes. Not 5 to 8 years. Not 5 to 8 months. Not even 5 to 8 days or 5 to 8 hours. It only will take you about 5 to 8 minutes of research on the on the criminal justice system to figure out that black people are overly penalized. We get way higher bail than we should get and way higher bail than we can afford. It's become a whole situation where people literally consider it to be imprisoning black people without being convicted of a crime. Right? Because here's what they do. We get charged with the crime. They overcharge the crime, right? That's a prosecutorial technique. They charge you with the highest maximum thing. That way you'll plead out to something different. So you get charged to the hilt, way more excessive than what you actually did. That way they'll plea you down later. Then as a result of that, they get to set you some incredibly high bail based on the reach charge, not what you actually did, but based on the reach charge, that the one they know you're not going to get you on. But that's the one that's used to set your bail. Okay? Then when you can't afford it, or, you know, your parents got to put up the house or some shit like that, when you can't afford it, then your ass ends up locked up all the way from the moment you get arrested till your ass actually appears in court in chains. Whereas most people get arrested, they get charged, there's a reasonable bail posted, maybe they've got to put up some collateral, and then they're set free as long as they show up in court the next day. This has excessive bail has literally become a way to imprison people of color before they've even been convicted of a crime. And it will take you, I promise you, no more than 5 to 8 minutes of research to figure this out. Yeah, Bob, as far as scholarship is concerned, you sounding like a lazy piece of shit, my guy.
just net them up and then put them in jail cells until they cool off. Fine them or jail
You
them.
know what would happen? They'll all be let go without bail and all this stuff. It seems to me that is just, that there's a Star Trek.
Yeah, why does Doug all of a sudden feel sorry?
Most of the said everything I ever needed to
A
learn.
broken duck is right, at least twice a
There's
day.
one where Captain Kirk is split during the transporter beam, and he becomes a sort of Jekyll and Hyde. The bad Kirk, who is a little more than a savage, and the good Kirk, who is a wimp. They're suddenly they're on the eve of war with the Klingons, and the weak Kirk is nonetheless has the intelligence to pilot the ship and command the ship, and so he's indecisive. What should we do, Mr. Spock? Captain, your time's running out, and he's like Jimmy Carter suddenly. And the thing is that's where we are headed, a kind of dithering. Like morality has gone decadent in the wrong direction. Now we are super moral in a way that will destroy us. We'll just say, well, maybe we can slap them on the wrist and they won't.
But aren't I don't know. I think a lot of these rioters, who I strongly disagree with, I don't think any rioting should be happening. But a lot of these are kids who are just.
I don't care.
Who are just stupid.
They're bad. I mean, look what they've become. Do you really think you're going to be able to rehabilitate them? And it doesn't matter. They're on the battlefield fighting for the wrong side. We didn't ask them to go out there.
But I'm sure there's adults today, some of them might be listening right now, who look back when they were 18 and saying, I did a lot of stupid things. But now they're great contributors to society.
It's a different scenario. I doubt if they were all rioters and arsonists. And if they were, they're just lucky they survived it by the skin of their teeth. But you can't approach that like, should I shoot that Nazi? Misguided. If he survives this, maybe he'll become a rocket scientist or something. You can't do that. You can't know that. They have put themselves in a deadly position, and you can't just be a wimp and let them out of it because your civilization is at stake. Things will get much worse, and it'll be thanks to us limp-wristed, bleeding hearts.
But how do you? Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I do empathize with you, because I really hate it when people work their lives for something and then.
What do you need to ask them?
Yeah, good point. But I guess one could take your philosophy there and apply it to just anybody during the Capitol riots, to shoot them dead, right?
Well, they weren't violent. I mean, some of the instigators who weren't even Trump supporters did some property damage. But the only person that got killed was a Trump supporter by a Capitol policeman. They just made the rest of the stuff up.
Yeah, the thing is, at what point do you pull the trigger? Like, do they have to set the fire first and then you shoot, or is it just they are in the area?
Well, if they're active in what's going on, destroying stores, torching police cars, that's enough. This is the kind of thing that cannot spread, but it did spread because the police did nothing.
At this point in the stream, I was losing my shit, as were, I'm sure, most of us in the chat, because at this point, the hypocrisy is just on full display. Look at my man Nitty. Look, y'all can tell we was around, bro. We was around. All right. Nitty said PineCreek rioters mounted a gallows, bro. What is he talking about? Man, the chat, here's Courageous. She's always great. They were violent. They were attacking our Capitol and trying to hang Mike Pence. They killed a police officer. Like, godless engineer. They beat a police officer. Tinfoil. Yo, the chat, we were in here today. I probably couldn't even type at this point. I was too done. These are pretty terrible hot takes. Even Nate couldn't take it. Oh man, even it was even too much for Jerome Robinson.
Yeah. You can feel happy as you go gently into that good night.
Talks TV, Dr. Price, you're such a disappointment.
But again, this might as well be a game of Risk or something, because my opinions carry no weight. I'm just theorizing from the armchair.
Yeah, and I think
damn, even Estee Thomason pushed back. Holy shit.
I've been on record of saying that crime would go down by 50%, poverty would go down by at least 50% if every child born was
David Gore, BLM bad, Capitol riots good, got it.
Committed parents who want the child. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of these problems,
nuclear family is code for homophobia. 100%, Lena.
Family who want their children. I had a friend who worked as a
and again guard. There's a lot of nuclear families who don't want their children. There's a lot of there's a lot of fathers that feel stuck. They had sex, they have a baby, and then somebody told them, oh, you need to do the right thing. And so they're forced into marriage. A marriage they didn't want due to a child they didn't want. Now, yeah, my parents are divorced. But I'm going to be honest with y'all. I don't think it's any secret why I have a positive relationship with my dad. I think my dad would give me the same answer. My mom would give me the same answer. And my mom's told me all the time, your father wanted you. He wanted to have a baby with me. He wanted to raise you in his own house. He wanted to have you. So why is my relationship with my father so great? I'm a huge advocate of male reproductive rights. That is why. It's not a fucking mystery. I don't think people should be forced into fatherhood if avoidable. I get that there are complications, but my life is a testimony to what can happen even in a divorced relationship if a father simply wants his children. So this idea that you need to be in a nuclear family where you're one, nope. Kids just need to be wanted. They just need to be wanted. Hopefully their parents wanted to have them. If they didn't want to have them originally, hope they decide they want to keep them and that they love their children and they want their children. Children know when they're loved. They know when they're not loved. You not wanting kids, but being married and you staying together isn't going to somehow not make the kids fucked up. And if you happen not to be married to your partner, but you want your child and you love that child and both parents want that child and love that child is going to have the benefit of two loving parents. Period. End of story. What are we talking about? You want dads to want kids, just want dads who want their kids. That's it. We don't need all this other bullshit.
And I asked him what percentage of the people in jail came from foster homes, basically unwanted children. They said, the vast majority. And I think people on the left and the right
I got you,
all
Lena.
agreed that
it's totally mainstream.
If you're going to produce children, want them and love them and care for them. And I think a lot of these problems that we're talking about will just take care of itself.
I think you're right.
Yeah. And I hope the left agrees with what I just said. And that way we can all come together and try to help make society better. So that's my bridge building right there. Maybe we should end it here.
It's okay with me. And again, like to quote one of my favorites, you're wise, Van Helsing, for one who has lived but a single lifetime.
Okay, well, thanks for coming on, Bob. It's been very interesting, and I hope people who disagree with you and who do think you're a racist and just think bad things about you at least took something good out of this.
Nope, we did not.
And
This
say,
did not
hey,
help.
you know what? I do agree with Bob here, even though I disagree with him here, and here, and can at least understand where you're coming from, where I'm coming from, and that people have different values. Yeah, and that we need each other in order for society to work.
You bet.
Okay, take care. Have a great day.
Okay, thanks for having me on.
And I know that there's been a lot of people with a lot of questions, but there's no way on earth, I'm by myself here, there's no way on earth I can go through all this.
Look at the comments, yo. This was one of the best the comment section on this video was...
I do think some good has come out of this.
Wild.
I do think that on the things I disagreed with him on, like
You didn't disagree with him on shit other than shooting
I put a pebble in his shoe.
Terrorists or protesters.
And there's a lot of things I do agree with him. But here's what...
Man, we were going off in the comments.
For anything he said here. This is how we make progress in society.
Obama.
Can you guys imagine that? The conservative ass bigoted white dude didn't think the other conservative ass bigoted white dude should be deplatformed? Man, isn't that a revolution? But yeah, man, I realize now, Tux even said, no way, Dr. Price is lying to us or lying to himself. Brenda even noticed Doug refuses to read the paid super chats, right? People were sending paid super chats to challenge Dr. Price, and Doug ignored most of them. You know, y'all all saw it with me. We chopped it up. We talked about it. That was obviously really bad. It was far worse than I had remembered. But I want to wrap with a couple of points. The first is, looking back on all of this, we've learned a lot about our community since then. Doug is just as problematic as Bob Price, if not more so. And one of the things I noticed about this and other incidents involving Doug is he really wants to show up and do damage control. He's always making insensitive streams, insensitive comments, insensitive posts. Same thing with Bob Price. But as soon as they get the backlash, as soon as they get the pushback, as soon as they get called racist and transphobes and homophobes and bigots, which they are, they get called those things because that's who they show themselves to be. Now, all of a sudden, these fucking snowflakes are so concerned about our opinions that they've got to do these streams so they can explain and teach us, so they can white-splain to us. That's what they're doing. They're white-splaining racism to us so we can understand that they're not racist. And matter of fact, it's us who should be ashamed of ourselves. How dare us have the audacity to call people like Bob Price or PineCreek bigots? Okay? And clearly, we're just part of this woke mob, social justice warrior religion, okay, that just cannot handle people that we disagree with. And so we need to deplatform all of them. It is amazing how these people are so unconcerned with our feelings, with our experience, with our perception, with our understanding of the world. They are totally dismissive of us. But then when they get the feedback from us, all of a sudden, they've got to correct that.
I'm taking the gloves
right?
off.
They don't give a fuck what anybody thinks, but don't have a bad opinion of them. That they can't stand for. Right? So who's the fucking snowflake? Doug, be a little bit more dead inside. Okay? Robert Price made some racist-ass comments. Why don't you get up there and tell Robert Price, why do you care if people calling you a racist? You know? Fuck these thugs, Robert Price. You know? Like, they always want to get in the middle of the ring. They want to throw punches. They want to dish out the spice, but they can't take it. So the fact that they are always out here almost making us think that they've grown or, you know, they're going to add something insightful to the conversation, it turns out to be all an exercise in reputation rehabilitation, and then they just can't do it. It's like, we just say, look, try your best, do a little stream, make it very clear that you understand the issues, that you see what the problems are, that you're willing to call them out, and then let's move forward from there. They just can't do it. They just can't do it. So that's the thing we're going to have to be on guard about tomorrow. We talked to Robert Price. We want to be, giving him a chance to be heard again. We want to make sure we're not allowing somebody to do reputation rehabilitation without actually doing the work. The other thing is, I know that reopened the wounds for a lot of us. But I really did want to share this with you guys. I thought about just doing it in Gather. I thought about, just doing it on my own time. But I said, no, this is a good thing to make a stream about. I'm really grateful to Neil for inviting me to participate. I was deeply affected by this Robert Price stuff, the comments he made. It led to me really digging deeper into the problem of the right-wing ideologies we have in our community. Since then, I've had a falling out with Doug. And I've called out Doug and a number of other people for being bigoted in our community. And I'm looking forward to this opportunity. So I want to say we kind of approach this as film study. I know it made the wounds fresh. And I know I wanted you all to go through the journey with me. That way we're all on the same page about what we're responding to. But I think it's going to be most productive to enter in the conversation tomorrow and at least let's hear Bob out, right? We've been told he's willing to apologize for some of the things he said. I'm sure he won't be reading from the script we'd all like him to be reading from. But I do think if he's grown at all from this process, or if he's learned anything, that we give him a chance to communicate that and share that. And then I think if we question, we should question from a place of hopefully he's learned, hopefully he's grown, hopefully we can ask some questions to make sure he's really done some reflection and is really able to articulate what the issues are. And then if not, then I think we have enough now to challenge him and to pull tape or provide the receipts where it need to be and take it from there. But I don't think we should go in guns blazing with hostility towards Dr. Price. I just don't think that's productive. Even when I said, like, when this all first happened and me and my one black friend wanted to have him on Hot Program, we did not want to have him on Hot Program to sandbag him and to ambush him. We wanted to have a conversation with him because we were disappointed by his conversation with Doug. We felt like Doug didn't really push back or try to really level with him and explain things to him, and we thought maybe we could take a shot at that. We didn't get that opportunity, but I just want to make it clear, even right after this, my one black friend and I talked about it, and we were like, look, let's see if we can reach out to Dr. Price. Let's see if we can talk to him. Let's see if he's coming from a reasonable place. And again, I could be wrong, but I at least think that's probably the best attitude to start the conversation with tomorrow. I'm gonna certainly let Neil take the lead. It's his channel. I'm just kind of a guest there. But I think we should, we got this. We saw what we saw, but let's not jump down the man's throat. Let's hear him out. Let's give him a chance to explain where he's at. And if it's clear that he hasn't addressed the issue, let's take care of that after that becomes clear, right? Let's give the man a chance to show us that maybe he's grown. That's all I would ask. Otherwise, I would say I really appreciate you guys. I got some other things to take care of behind the scenes, so I'm not going to do the Kent Hovind thing just because it'll take up too much time. But if you guys want to hold off, I think that's a good topic for us to visit either during probably tomorrow night's stream, maybe after the appearance on Neil's channel, or the day after. So we'll deal with it soon. I know Kent Hovind losing his channel was a big deal today. I dropped a video about it earlier. But let's take care of this business with Dr. Price, and then we'll follow up and see what's going on with Kent Hovind.
This makes sense!
Yeah, if you just attack, he'll get defensive and double down. It won't be productive. Need to have a good attitude if possible. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I think we're just we're gonna ask those questions, and YouTube Punk does a good point. If he has changed, I wonder what the catalyst would be. All right, folks. One last thing, programming note. We're in Gather. I need to make a couple phone calls when I end the stream here, but we will be in the cafe for the rest of the night. And we'll be hanging out, playing games, watching movies, doing our usual deal. A couple of people are here. So before I go real quick, I just want to I see Nitty's on the stage with me, Jerome Robinson. I see Lena over in the crowd. I just wanted to invite you guys to speak up if you had anything you really wanted to say before we go. Lena, you'll need to come over somewhere so we can hear you. Hey Lena, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, I just this really showed me a lot and helped me realize just what a fuckface Doug is. I mean, my goodness. And just looking through his channel just now to try and find where the stream was that you guys were reviewing, just from the titles, I mean, I can just tell that this guy is a conservative agitator. He's trying to fill that role as a political pundit, and he's doing all the dishonest playbooks.
Yeah. We reviewed a stream a little while ago called the Alt-Right Playbook. I think it was influential on a lot of us. I think we may need to revisit that soon so that kind of people get on the same page with us. But I think that's exactly what we're seeing. It reminds me how Doug gets really offended if you suggest that he watches Fox News. Like, oh, people say that about me. I don't watch Fox News. I don't watch Newsmax. I don't. But it's like, bro, you hit us with the Tucker Carlson playbook. Like, your stuff is right out of the mouth of Tucker Carlson. So I don't know what you expect. Like, if you run the Tucker Carlson playbook, people are going to assume you're of the Tucker Carlson mindset. Now, if you're getting your news from Tucker Carlson or sharing news sources with Tucker Carlson, we don't really give a shit, do we? We're just tired of the bullshit.
Yeah, and honestly, this all hits me personally. The not just the trans issues, but all of these issues affect my family and everything in my personal life. So from me to you, Doug, go fuck yourself.
Yeah. Did you want to say? You mentioned something about your parents in the chat. I didn't know if you wanted to just mention a little bit about that.
I know that my mom's on all the same nonsense. She thinks BLM is a terrorist organization and that Antifa is, trying to destroy Christians, and it's just the whole thing is viewed as a spiritual war, and it's really disturbing to see the same talking points coming out of the same two parties of someone that I thought was on our side, quote unquote.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I appreciate you sharing. Nitty's here. Nitty, do you want to say anything before we go?
Oh shit. I just literally just came back.
Oh, you're good.
Well, I hope that through the polls that I've been doing, the repost that I had of my own story, and the 3 streams that basically 3, but 2 streams that you did yesterday are really illustrative to this, like,
Oh, you mean Sunday stream? Yeah.
The illustrative to this part of the YouTube space, that these issues are nuanced. These issues affect a lot more people than many realize, and that a lot of empathy, respect, and consideration needs to go in to when you're having these discussions, to not just allow the conservatives or people to go to the sports patheticals. That's what I call it now. The hypotheticals that all revolve around sports and shit.
Right.
Fuck all that. Because I will just say it in chat now. If I'm in a stream that goes, oh, what about women in sport, but men in sport? Get off your sports patheticals.
Right.
Think about someone you actually care about going through this.
Right.
Or look in my face and let's talk about this.
Right. Or stop acting like people are forcing you to control your language when they're saying, you stop referring people as the
we
gender
just want
that
you to
they're
be
not.
cordial and respectful. That's it. And you don't want to, and you know what? Most, I think, rational-minded trans and cis people just want to fucking get through this life.
Absolutely.
They don't want a goddamn fight. And if you think that this is about, like, compelling you by gun or force to accept or reject another human, you're just wrong. You just want to get through this life with you. And most would prefer to do it with you rather
100%.
than against you.
100%.
That's it. That's Nitty's bit.
Nah, I appreciate it, Nitty. Also, you did a stream earlier. I know I've been overlapped, so I've overlapped with a bunch of streams, but
you're good.
Go check out Derek's stream. Please go check out Nitty's latest. Should be a link down there in the description. Do you guys have anything else? I appreciate you guys speaking up. Lena, did you want to say anything else, or? No? Lena, you good? I think Lena's good. All right, gang. We appreciate you. Come link up with us and gather. We're going to have fun. We'll get the overnight started. We're going to watch some shows, play some games, have a good time. We always do and gather. So appreciate you all. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow. I want to thank Neil for reaching out and including me on this. I really appreciate the opportunity. Looking forward to our conversation tomorrow. Optimistic about talking to Dr. Price. Looking forward to that. Want to thank Derek for being so transparent with this thing that was really difficult for his life. He didn't have to share that with us, but he did, and I think it's led to a tremendous amount of growth in our community. Derek makes Mythvision podcast for a living. He also has the Derek Lambert Recovery Channel.
It's so good.
Derek Lambert does not owe us Derek Lambert's life as content, right? The Mythvision podcast would still be one of the best things going. The Derek Lambert Recovery Channel would still be the thing I highly recommend you connect anybody struggling with addiction to right now. But I just think it's important to recognize when people like Derek lead by example and take their channels so far beyond what they're obligated to give us, and we should show our gratitude. So thanks so much, Derek. Appreciate you. We'll chat soon. And yeah, everybody, come link up with us and gather. The link's in the description. We're at the cafe. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens, science bless you all. Poof!
Why she wanna leave me alone? Saying all I do is wrong. No rights when they been left turns. Playing that she gotta let it burn. Saying that the hell's not a home. Sunshine cause she heard it all before. Sometimes she don't wanna be alone. Most times she don't want me gone. She don't know I try my all. She don't know I sprung in the sun, but I'm going in the winter, so we good to the fall. Remember how I told you I get it and I win. Now I'm got it, you ain't answer my call. Wonder if I've been moving too strong. Maybe I just been moving too boss. Really hate when the feeling get lost. Nowadays she just dodge my calls. In the game throwing laws like Paul. Young legend Miss John like Wall. And I wish you never met like Carl. Dick game lay it down like law. Made plans but you canceled them all. I was just trying to splurge in the mall. Now I'm home stacking bread till you call. It's time to roll. She trying to slide. We smoking Zah. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl. It's time to roll. She tryna ride. We smoking. Stop acting shy. Cause you a demon when I get between your thighs, girl. You like my rib, you know I need you by my side, girl.
We smoking that side. I'm tryna get high. She said that she not ready for love, stop wasting my time. I got demons in my closet, I can't hide. I did all my exes wrong, they wish I died. Damn, I tried. They won't believe me when I say this. Oh my God, what a blessing. Hello Phoenix, that's my twin. I told these hoes they won't get my heart again, not again. Cause they went missing when I needed just a friend.
They went missing, yeah, they all went missing. They don't want no smoke, they hit the blunt and started tripping. My daughter about to be 5, I ain't got no time to be bitching. I'm still reminiscing, we ain't had no food in the kitchen.